Well, hey there. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Always wanted to kind of just jump off one of those. Back in my days of when I used to like to jump off of everything, and I'm surprised I didn't break anything. I probably would now, though. Let's fly. Hey there, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Sorry my voice is apparently no better at all, but it's flying time. So welcome on in. Thank you for coming by as I try and get rid of the little controller there. Thanks for coming in. Thank you for putting in the wows in at wow time. Can't even find the right words. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Foxtrot's back. Welcome aboard. Let's see, your French series. Worst timing. Sorry about that. Hi, T-Bird. Thank you for coming in. Slightly Madness. Yeah, this is the Blueberry Juice airline. If you're a passenger on Finnair, you get a little thing of blueberry juice. Is one of the things that, and they've got their apparently their own special blend and everything else. Tom Sack, good naben. I hope you are having a really nice evening in Frankfurt. Yesterday, one of the videos that I decided to watch was the Lufthansa Cargo.
Subscriber confirmed.
The Lufthansa
Top
Cargo.
Agent.
MD-11 series from the flight in from Novosibirsk into Frankfurt, and it was really cool getting to see the arrival into Frankfurt. It really is a nice, pretty arrival in there. Martin, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Tumi Brasco is here. Welcome here. Good to see you. Transmitech, it has been a while, but thank you for coming in and for a 40-month resub. I think I also saw North Gaming over on YouTube. Thank you for coming in over on the new YouTube channel. I appreciate you. And Danny VDW is here with a bunch of beer cheers. Thank you for coming by today. I hope you are doing really good. Got a few things kind of cleaned up yesterday. And again, that really is a nice little series, especially if you want to look at look at complete operations of the an airplane like the MD-11. I need to say a big thank you to Dusty, who before the live stream even started today did a 24-month resub. And Tim Dog just came in with 41 months of awesome support and amazing jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. Landy, you are never late. You're here when you get time to be here. Martin, I know. What airplane is this? This is the Phoenix. Although, I think that, maybe we're going to start to see over the next few weeks or something, maybe we'll get a little bit of movement on the iFly or something like that. I have no idea what their time frame is. Excuse me. But we do have some really nice airplanes and all. Hi, Sunjammer. Thanks for coming by today. Good to see you. Wouldn't be pushed. Debriefed. I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, index, briefed, debriefed. No idea. Wow. I don't know what it is, but it's a great movie quote. I am not sure. I have a feeling I'm going to be embarrassed for not knowing that. The Phoenix works great. I've been in the Phoenix now for quite a while, and I really enjoy these airplanes. Plus, we get to go and use the really nice wind wing stuff, which is awesome. Really enjoy that. And we got a jetway coming on out to the airplane here, so that's always good. Make sure that the passengers can just jump right into their seats and get ready to go. Oh, you just watched the latest episode of The Prisoner. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to confine my jokes to something other than The Prisoner because I haven't seen a single episode. I'm sorry. But I was able to turn it into a bad joke, right, by confining my cop. Okay. And even, oh my gosh, yeah, I can't even get the drums going right now. Okay. Hey, at least we got some jazzy music here. So let's go ahead and get ready to go. We're going up to Helsinki. So you might remember on Monday, we did this particular flight into Copenhagen. So we did switch airlines, but this might be pretty good. GL McQueen, welcome aboard. No MK Studios Dusseldorf. I think I do have the MK Studios for Dusseldorf. I think. That does ring a little bit of a bell, although, sometimes those things, I don't figure that out. Oh, they just released it today. MK Studios. Oh, okay. It came out today. All right. Hey, y'all did a hype train too. Thank you for a hype train. I really appreciate it. Thank you for a little bit of extra support there. Okay, so it just released today. So, lately I've been kind of saying maybe we don't have to have the latest airplane all the time. Every time the latest airplane of the latest airport, save a little bit of cash here and there for some of the bigger ones right now until the world isn't in such freak out mode. Might be kind of a nice things to do. On the other hand, I think that MK Studios does great airplanes, but one of the reasons is we've also got our flight plan for today. Also doing Boston to Martha's Vineyard, and I know most of us do have a really nice scenery package for the Martha's Vineyard Airport. And let's do an init request and get all that going today. Asobo is the A320neo. This is an A320-200, and I'd say it's better than the default. Oh, I'd say this one is much better than the default. All right, this is going to be a Finnair. In fact, I would say that this is probably FIM. No, it's FIN. It's Finnair 441. Boy, yeah, the McDoos do not have spell check, so you have to watch out for that. Okay, let's go and do IRs. and IR number 1, IR number 2, and IR number 3. And let's come on in here, and I'm going to do cruise supply of oxygen because breathing's important. Low-vis did the flight into, I think it's, I kind of mixed this up. I'm not that great with some accents, right? Just ask Sunjammer about my cranky old guy talking to Sherlock Holmes. But I think it's Martha's Vineyard. I think that's the way that people from Boston would say Martha's Vineyard, I believe. I'm not sure. Low-vis has a good freeware in 2024. If it's a freeware, I checked it out earlier. I didn't fly into it, but I just checked it to make sure that it would work and load in, and it looked nice. I thought it was a payware low-vis. I thought it was a payware. Sim graphics have taken a big step up. The sim graphics, you're talking about the airplane, the flight simulator? Yeah, it looks really good today. Yeah, Phoenix is an incredible payware airplane. Okay, looks good. Let's go. And I'm going to resend the load sheet because I didn't get a load sheet. And I generally put a few little things into the airplane before I board my passengers. We've also got to get a clearance. Of course, we got some ATC here. 55.7. 55.7. That looks pretty good. Page 2 is going to be 31.6. Okay, that looks good for page B, and that goes in up at the top, and those are good too. Low-vis just put a link in to, if you'd like to go get the Martha's Vineyard, you could go get that, and that's the airport. Let's see if this is the one that I was looking at today. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I think this, okay, so this is, yep, already downloaded. I think this is the one that I'm using too. And I checked it out, and it looks really, really good today. Really, really good today. So that'll be nice. Martin says it looks good. Are the servers being good too? Maybe the servers got an upgrade that we don't know about it. So yeah, Low-vis checked it out too, so that should be a nice flight for us. I'm not entirely certain how great the weather's going to be. The weather might be somewhat frightful. At least it looked that way on the big picture that I was doing earlier. Okay, why don't we go, and it looks like we have tower. We have EKCH departure ATIS information disco today, and tower's 118.105. Pat Dog, welcome back, Pat Dog. Good to see you. I'll try and fly it. The weather was awful when you flew there too. Manaphy Games, thank you for coming in today. And let's go 118.105. 118.105. 105. And let's see if we hear anybody on the control tower here. No Life Seaver, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And No Life Seaver was having some autopilot problems today. So maybe I'm helping out a little bit with this particular airplane. Let's see, this is all good. I'm kind of just waiting here to see if I hear somebody yapping on the tower. And I don't hear anybody. We are connected. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead and start blasting away on the radio. Okay.
Canadian
good. There we go. There's somebody talking.
Lima Bravo, welcome to Castro.
27.
Then join runway 30, exit Kilo 3 and Lima for stand Alpha 23.
Roger, it's going to be Alpha 23 for the stand, Bravo, enter runway 30 Kilo and Lima for Eurowings 9 Lima Bravo.
Catstrip Tower, hello there from Finnair Flight 441. We're an A320 over at stand Alpha 22. Information Disco is aboard, requesting clearance up to Helsinki.
Finnair 441, Castro, very good evening. You're clear to Helsinki by the CMEC 9 Charlie departure, squawk 1222.
Finnair 441 cleared to Helsinki via the CIMIC 9 Charlie departure. Our squawk
New
today
recruits
is 1222 for
Welcome
Finnair
aboard,
441.
agent. Stay sharp.
Finnair 441, read back correct.
Okay, we're good to go. And let's go ahead and pop in over here. I think I heard Jamie landing here. Let's see. Average Canadian, welcome aboard. Lon Guess-Wong. Did I see her name right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. And Average Canadians on YouTube flying the new PC, and it's really good. How long before you're going to try a VATSIM flight there? Okay, taxi is 0.173. 0.173. Let's see. That looks really good. Yeah, 0.173. Cool. Let's see. Contingency 0.632. 0.632. That looks really good. Alternate fuel is 1.26. 1.26 is alternate. FinRes is 1003. It should be 1007. But I'm whining too much. And fuel planning is a groovy green, so that's good.
New recruits
Martin,
detected.
sadly the Phoenixes
Welcome
don't
aboard,
come out on
agent. Stay
Xbox.
sharp.
No. You got to fix your account problem, and that's all you've got to do, and then you'll be ready for that, Average Canadian. Well, good luck with that. Let's see. S. Fatherby? Did I say that right? S. Fatherby just did a follow. Welcome aboard. And thanks for coming by. Okay, all this looks good. Let's go ahead and we can do a flight plan. So without effing, it's an F plan that we're not going to F up. All right, we do know that they are departing on runway 22 right. So departure is going to be 22 right today. We are going for the CIMIC 9 Golf, no, 9 Charlie. Simi 9 Charlie. There it is up at the top. And no transition out, and that looks really good. Manaphy Games is going to do MCO to BTV today. I hope you have a good time with that. That's right, we only F up the flight plan and the oh my gosh, the F-28. You know, I actually think I had a bad dream about that airplane. I think it was a combination, to be honest. Can you guess what the other airplane was that got mixed up in my dreams that I was clearly having a problem with? And, you know, terrible times. One's the F-28, but it had a different upper panel if you need a hint on that. I swear, these two airplanes, yep, G. Cook Scotland got it. Yeah, the BAE 146 and the F-28. Those two airplanes together are now causing like flight simmer nightmares. Peter's the Eurowings pulling up to my left. Peter, are you having a nice afternoon? There's the Eurowings. That you over there, Peter? Hey, thanks for coming in. And there's Peter coming. Where did you arrive in, Peter? Where did you come from today? Okay, airplane is loaded. Passengers are aboard. It's almost time to go. I'm going to open up the flap. And let's see, ILS runway 22. It's going to be the Itro 6 Alpha arrival. Into 6 Alpha. And our VIA, there are no VIAs. Okay, we got an F plan. The flap should be open now. Let's go ahead and start up the APU. And life is good there. Our altimeter here in Catstrip is 1016. So 1016 over for the pilot. 1016 for the co-pilot. And 1016 on the backup altimeter so that we are good pilots. Peter flew in with Jamie. Oh, and you all came in from that new airport in Dusseldorf today. Okay, all of this looks really good. Now, I'm practically certain since we didn't get an altitude, my guess is in our departure, we're going to have an initial climb clearance. Ha! And I was right for once. 70. Initial climb is flight level 70. See, if they don't give you a clear, when you're doing your clearance, you don't get a top altitude, chances are there's one that's going to be right there, and you really should check it out. AP was up and running. Ground power is popped on. Let's go ahead and do external power. I also do my fuel pumps now. A little bit out of sequence, but if I don't do it now, I will forget, and that's just embarrassing. Load sheet, final load sheet. Okay, it's 55.7. So init. Oh, I didn't do all the other numbers here. That's it. That would be embarrassing to not put in cost index and stuff. So cost index is 27. And I bet I forgot to do cruise winds too. And our climb was flight level 390. Flying high today. And wind request. Clear nav accuracy and GPS. And that should be good. Okay, we got those. Let's go back into the airplane. And I'm going to close some doors. It's time to do flying things. That looks really good. We'll close the cargo. There goes cargo. And we should probably do a spy hat for luck today. Okay, that looks good over there. Let's clear this. And performance. Now we'll do a net page B. Okay, so
Subscriber confirmed.
55.7. 55.7, that's correct. And 31.6. 31.6, those two numbers are correct. Somebody just did something. James just came in with a really nice resub. Hey, James. Thanks for the resub today. Thank you for a 49-month resub and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Martel just arrived in and said, hello. Hi, Martel. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday, right? Yeah, it's Thursday. Okay, let's do block fuel. Block fuel is 7.07. I need... Let's see what the computer says. Computer says 5.9. I have 7.07. I think we have more than enough fuel. Okay, so that looks good. Let's come on over here to performance. And everything looks good to go there. So we're going to come over and we're going to do departure perf. We're expecting runway 22 right. Sync the load sheet. Words are clearly not going to be my strong suit today, is it? Okay, what do we got here? We're going to do flaps 1, trims down 3. I think we can do that. Send that to the McDo. Let's do all that. Let's come on over here. I think it's time to go. Let's get rid of our jetway. Let's go and do... Let's get pushback helper. Although pushback helper has been really getting kind of a little bit freaky lately, I'm almost wondering if it's time to try something else. Look at all the Euro wings today. You know, one of those Euro wings could be my favorite little Air Berlin A319, because I think that my favorite one that I'm always flying is got moved into the Eurowings world. So it's now flying for Eurowings. Okay, all this looks good. We do have a APU. It's up and available. Ground power has been disconnected, so we can tell them to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Go to My Flights, come over here. I like to hit refresh and look at the departure radius here. It's still information disco. And airport. Okay, so we're over here. I am at gate. Which gate am I at? I'm at Alpha 22. I should look just straight ahead. See how they have it in big letters for the pilots to be able to see it? Okay, that looks good. I wonder if this map will work for me today. Usually when I start zooming it in, it goes into total freakout mode and says my resources are bad. When I zoom this in, and then it goes away. I think it's almost time to go. I don't think this map's gonna work today. Okay, let's just go get the other one. It's not as good, but it will work just as well. So come on down here. So that's gonna flash on and off now. Let's just get parking stands, and that'll do it. Okay, so we're over here at Alpha 22. We're going to have a bunch of spots that we can go to. So we're good to go there. I think we're ready. Let's see. I'm going to do seatbelts.
Make a right turn on.
Let's turn on the beacon.
Right turn on Golf. Golf is von einer.
And while this is 50, you will make a right turn onto runway 12.
North Gaming, yeah, I'm flying flight 2024. Toomey Brasco does not like the weather right now. Hi, Dusty. Dusty, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Almost time to go. We're waiting for a break in the chatter. Catstrip Tower, hello again from Finnair 441 at stand Alpha 22. Information Delta remains aboard. Requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian disregard. Finnair 441, please set your squawk in mode Charlie.
I knew I was forgetting something. Almost there.
Scandinavian 554, wind 212 degrees 5 knots, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Runway 22 left, clear to land, Scandinavian 554.
Now we're being good pilots.
Far Eastern 123, welcome to Kastrup, join Bravo, cross
Subscriber
112, hold short of
confirmed.
Zulu.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Ollie Mod just did a
Loyalty
nice
noted.
resub. Hi, Ollie Mod.
Far Eastern 123, join
Ollie
Bravo.
Mod, thanks for the
cross runway
resub.
12,
Almost a
hold short of
whole
Zulu.
year here. Ollie Mod, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Low Viz is thinking about jumping into Sim Update 3 Beta.
First Finnair
More power
441, push and start approved, facing east, QNH 1016.
1016 on the altimeter. Push and start facing east. Finnair 441. Low Viz is being very fearless here. Very fearless. Wow, is that loud? Let's go.
6.
I don't think I've got the courage to do that again. I just don't. Not another one of those.
1016.
Starting engine number 1. Let's see. Ollie Mod, thank you again for a nice resub.
Catstrip Tower, Scandinavian 410 at stand Bravo 6, request start and push.
Scandinavian 410, push and start approved, lead point Yankee 1, QNH 1016.
Start and push approved, release point Yankee 1, QNH
just
1016,
automatically disconnected me.
410.
Very annoying. How's our startup on our engine number 1? Starting pretty good. Martin, Airbuses just seem to be really floaty.
Good evening.
Starting engine number 2.
5
Engine number 2 starts. Looking good.
Scandinavian 554, welcome to
holding short at
stand Delta 3 via Bravo, Romeo, cross runway 12.
Bravo, Romeo for Delta 3, cross runway 12, Scandinavian 554.
Far Eastern 123, taxi, stand Alpha
That's a little
15
loud.
via
Good evening,
Bravo,
Deep Blue. Welcome aboard.
Say again.
Far Eastern 123, are you with me?
If you say again the direction, please.
Far Eastern 123, taxi to stand Alpha 1.
Okay, this is looking pretty good.
Cross runway 12.
Almost ready to go.
Taxiing to
Available.
Alpha 15 via
Engine
Bravo
number
Yankee
2.
crossing 12. Foxtrot Echo Alpha.
Good.
13.
Starters off. APU is going off. Looks like trim's going to be down 0.3. Oops. Let's be good pilots first. We need to do disconnect on the nose wheel. Nose wheel disconnected. Control checks. Hey, look at that. The elevators work. The ailerons work. The rudder pedals work. Trim's going to be down 0.3. Trim is set. Flaps are 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. And everything is ready to go. Now then, another number that we got to keep in the back of our mind is minimum takeoff fuel. 6.2. I am at 7.0. So we got a little bit of extra fuel, but not a ton.
During 7 Delta Zulu, reback quick.
Catch Trip Tower, Finnair 441, pushed and started from Alpha 22, requesting taxi.
Finnair 441, taxi holding point 2 to right via Lima, Kilo 3, join runway 12 and Alpha.
Finnair 441, we are going to holding point. One way, I guess that was 22 right, via Lima, Kilo 3, 12 on the runway, and Alpha for Finnair 441. Let's have a look at that route. North Gaming, you've flown a lot on X-Plane lately. On the Beta, the Tolus. Yeah, the Tolus is a really good one. Okay, so we're here. This is going to be Kilo 3 over there. So that's Lima, Kilo 3. Join this runway to taxiway Alpha. Okay, I think I know how we're going to go. Shall we give it a shot? And nose light, cabin call, parking brakes. Look over there. Anybody over there? There's a Swiss.
Far Eastern 123, take the first available stand on your left.
Taking first available stand on my left.
Far Express. Far Eastern 123, make a right hard right and join Victor.
Tower's working hard today without any ground.
Scandinavian 57 Hotel, welcome to Kastrup taxi stand Bravo 10 via Bravo and Yankee cross runway 12, who's short on mic.
Stand Bravo 12 via Bravo and Yankee cross runway 12 and hold short mic, Scandinavian 57 Hotel.
Okay, look right, look left. Don't want to go plowing into anybody. We get to join this runway that they use as a taxiway quite a bit. And this should be Kilo 3 right here. And we get to join runway 12. I don't think I've ever landed on this runway. I've used it as a taxiway, but I've never used it as a runway. And now we're looking for taxiway Alpha. Takeoff config check is good. Looking for Alpha. Alpha is going to be next available. Next available. So we're not doing that little diagonal thingy over there. I should get in the center of this, shouldn't I? I should at least not taxi like a drunken sailor, but I kind of am.
Romeo Whiskey 12 to stand. Top Swiss 27 Juliet.
Okay, Alpha is here. Don't be fooled. Charlie is a diagonal off to the side. You want to make the hard turn.
Eastern 123, make a left-hand turn and stop at take available stand.
Making left-hand turn and stopping at the next available stand.
Predictive wind shear could go on. That's always good. ECAM checklist is green. We're ready for departure. Can't wait after watching that one video to see the TFDI make its way into Flight Sim 2024.
Signing off Foxtrot Echo Alpha 123. Have a nice evening.
Eastern 123, thank you for flying this evening. Break, Musketeer 5042.
Musketeer, there's a cool airline name. Hi, PS Morandi.
Alpine 27 Julia Papa, give way to the red nose Boeing 7300 in front of you.
Always like a good red nose, especially if the pilot has brew in the cockpit.
Finnair 441, after departure, contact Copenhagen Control 127.865. Wind is 190 degrees 7 knots, runway 2 to right, clear for takeoff.
127.865 after takeoff, runway 22 right, clear for takeoff. Finnair 441, thank you.
Red nose 30905,
Strobes.
Alpha 32 via
Landing lights ready to go. Are we ready to get out of here?
Kilo 2, then Kilo.
It's landing lights on. Everything looks good. Throttles up to our little halfway point there. Let's see if we have stable engines. Even if the pilot is unstable, the engines are stable. Manual flex. SRS. Runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. The is it? I don't know when to expect it. I really don't know when to expect it. 100 knots, steering with rudder pedals. 120.
Castro Tower, Scandinavian 410 at Yankee 1. We are ready.
And V1, hands off the throttles. We're flying. Rotate.
410, taxi holding point 22 right. Via
Little
Mike
gusty
12,
today.
runway 12.
Positive climb gear.
Taxi to holding point, runway 22 right via Mike Zulu and Alpha, Scandinavian 410. Also cleared cross runway 12, 410.
Lever climb. Thrust climb. Lower the nose just a bit. And all that looks good. Speed's coming up. And after takeoff, 127.865.
German cargo 344, left. Make a right turn heading 310.
Right heading 310, German cargo 344.
German cargo 344, descend and maintain flight level 290.
Flaps up. Here come the slats. Cat Strip, good evening. Finnair 441 is passing 3,000 feet for 7.
Finnair 441, hello, flight level 190.
Flight level 190 for Finnair 441. Just see the big bridge right over there. Right behind the fence here. There's the big bridge.
North Flight 56, thank you very much. Contact Tower 118.05.
That could be one of those disaster movies from the 1970s. The Big Bridge.
Scandinavian 771, descend and maintain flight level 9.
And we are out and about. So that's looking pretty good.
Air France 49 of Whiskey Charlie, contact Maastricht 136465.
Uh-oh, I've forgotten to pay one of those tolls.
Air France 49 of Whiskey Charlie.
I'm about ready to have my vehicle impounded because I didn't pay a toll.
136 465
Do they have any idea that People have figured out that that's a scam. Let's see. Sorry about that sniff. We're trying to do today's flight without Dayquil. I know. What am I thinking?
Copenhagen.
Here is our turn on the departure. Deep Blue has been on that bridge before.
FedEx 420, hello to you. Beta contact.
It's one of those combination things. It's a bridge and a tunnel, right? Oh, and of course we can't see anything. Ooh, in clouds. What's temperature outside the airplane? Do we need to panic? 9 degrees. Let's do anti-ice. We can't be too careful with ice. Let's see. No Life Seaver is doing the flight on Xbox. That's a great way to practice airplane stuff. And Deep Blue said that there's also a train on it, which of course will leave the door open to some silly train jokes, right? The MCO scenery is the area around airside 1 is bumpy, and it's sometimes enough to activate your air brakes. Really? Direct CMAC now for Finnair 441. CMAC. Direct CMAG. Tumi Brasco, the South African Air Force, is in. Hey, Tumi Brasco, that's nice to know. Okay, everything looks good there. Flash Duck is here with all sorts of great wisecracks. Hey, Flash Duck, welcome back in. We'll definitely come up with some pretty good quacks for you today. Okay, looks good. Now then, we're flying into a VATSIM event. So it's time to be a little bit like, oh my gosh, what's going on? I'm going to refresh and see what we got. Information Yankee is current. So Information Yankee still using 22 left. 122.8 for Finnair 441. Thanks so much. See you on Monday, Finnair 441. Monday, of course, is Vectors to Copenhagen. Always good, almost like a Frankfurt Friday. By the way, we are doing this is a Frankfurt Friday week. So we've got Frankfurt Friday tomorrow. And that looks good. Out we go. Ooh, are we going over the bridge? Nah, I can't see anything down there. Nah, I can't see anything there either. Well, there's a little bit of it right there, but we didn't get to see much. Now all we need is the cabin crew to start bringing around those boxes of blueberry juice. Flight level 390. We'll just go ahead and continue the climb on our own. Hi, Max. Welcome aboard. So tomorrow's first flight is Frankfurt to Riga, and it's a double VATSIM event. We're starting an hour early for Frankfurt to Riga. Do the engines of the aircraft passing above chug loudly? I would imagine that they do. I would imagine, well, wait a minute. Though most of those rail lines are electric now, right? Olimod has got a Frankfurt Friday IRL in July. You're going home in Frankfurt? We had somebody come in to chat last week, I think, and they're actually doing one of their very first flights, and they're going to Frankfurt. Of course, it's a very busy airport. Everything's good there. Out of the clouds, I don't think we need engine anti-ice anymore. And 18,000 feet. Cabin call, let the cabin crew go and start setting up galley stuff. Ollie Mod is going to the UK via Frankfurt. Do you have a long layover in Frankfurt that you can go and get some authentic Frankfurt food, or is it one of those tight turnarounds where you got to run from one gate to the other? I guess the other question is, do you get to go on any interesting airplanes? I know that you've been on an A380, I thought was one of your last trips that you were doing. I think it was an A380. I could have you mixed up with somebody else. Next flight is Boston to Martha's Vineyard. There's a freeware at flightsim.to for Martha's Vineyard, and we also need to think a little bit about what we want to do for Thursdays in Toronto. We've got can fly into Toronto, out of Toronto. Let's see. Ollie Mod gets to spend 3 hours in Frankfurt, flying on an A340 from Riyadh. So the longest Airbus of them all, right? And Cybeck is here, says there is a very, very big major GSX update. Did they make the background application Codal a little less annoying by any chance? Olimod was on the A380, that's right. And out we go there, that looks good. Director Erdis. Mike is in chat. Hi Mike, welcome aboard. I don't have new specs or anything. Oh, you mean that Mike probably wants to know what's new with GSX. Loviz has taken the plunge and is trying Sim Update 3 right now. There seems to be better performance, no CTDs. Olimod has a lot of air miles. Yes, you do. You've taken some pretty long hops in your planes. All right, 97 miles to top of climb. 500 miles to Helsinki. And I think most of this flight should be in the daylight. I think a lot of our daylight, you know, we're going to start to see daylight now for a lot longer in the Northern Hemisphere, which should be a good time. Have they fixed the hanging when switching between controller profiles? You're talking about... Oh! Hanging between switching controller profiles. I don't know that I've experienced that. Loviz says yes, they have those, so that's good news. Let's see. Tim Dog says if Boston's up, we could do Boston to YYZ. It's only center, maybe New York will come on to support that. Well, there's also a VATSIM event, the Martha's Vineyard event today. Average Canadians A310 engines will not start. Did you remember to flip the APU bleed air switch on? Did you remember to do that? That could be a problem, Average Canadian. If you haven't flipped the little, it's in the upper panel, far right side. You got to have APU bleed air to get those things spinning. Avian's back in chat. Avian is about to become a VATSIM controller in Miami. That is really exciting news. And wow, 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 Miami's a big area. Congratulations, Avian. It's the Boston Center event at Nantucket. Martha's Vineyard, Cape Cod, Hyannisport, and Cape Cod. So all sorts of fun stuff. I'm glad that they decided on it being Cape Cod and not Cape Sturgeon. That would have sounded a little bit weird. But it would have been a great event for the annual convention of operating room sturgeons. And looks good there. Loviz says we picked MVY because we have scenery. That is a very good reason to pick an airport. Hey, do we already have scenery for that airport? Yes, let's do that one. Sunjammer says there could be Cape Fear. No fear here. We're not going to have any problems with our pixel planes or anything like that. Melvin Leroy just arrived into chat too. Hi, Melvin. Okay, everything looks good there. So got a little bit of music going. Our nice little Finnair is working good too. I know, it's great to be able to use scenery that we already have, isn't it? Average Canadians on the ground for 40 minutes. My guess is on that airplane, if it's not starting, you've forgotten some part of the startup sequence. You know. And I mentioned the APU bleed because I've forgotten that in the past. So that's kind of a thing. Is it too early to start talking about pizza? Pizza and pineapple. Oh, the outrage. 29,000 feet. Looking good there. Flight plan. 493 miles out. Estimated fuel on board is going to be 3.8. The flight plan says we should have a minimum of 2.26. We've got almost a whole extra ton of fuel. So that's really good news. We've exited that. Let's see. Martin put in a flight plan on Saturday. Ollie Mod says it's too early for pizza chat. Okay. Tim Dog says we could talk about pizza, just not with pineapple. Landy's getting hooked on the fly-by-wire A380. There's people that really love that airplane. I just think it's too big for most of the airports that we go to. I mean, we go to some big airports, but still, it just seems so big. Martin wants to go from Madrid to Palma de Mallorca. WSX Boy says, oh no, big plane, big fun. Okay, all that looks good. Martin says pepperoni pizza might be tasty today. Actually, left all the pizza in. I tried chicken Chinese fried rice yesterday. Tried to make that. Yes, I ran across a YouTube video, had to give it a try. And, you know, I don't have a wok or anything, but I was able to make it, and it was relatively good. And clearly, there were no instances of food poisoning or anything because, you know, relatively upright and vertical at the moment. So there you go. And this is cooking great. Okay, lights are off. I think we've got everything off here. Strobes, beacon, nav. Lights are good. Oh, didn't do the nose light. It's already off because that turns off when you tuck it up into the wheel well. Seatbelts are off. Everything looks good to go up there. Manaphy, yes, it does have some weather radar. I don't think it's going to be, it's not perfect weather radar. It's still, you know, the Microsoft Flight Simulator kind of radar, but it's still pretty good. Landy says I'm wrong. They don't have weather radar. Really? Was I just imagining things? Okay, that's terrain. We don't want terrain. Maybe I was imagining it here. I may have been imagining it. Maybe that's over on the maybe that was on the A300. Maybe we were using it on the A300. I guess I was imagining that on this one because nothing's showing up. Lido is back in chat. Hi, Lido. Welcome in. We're almost to our final cruising altitude. Passengers happily in their seats. Menifee would like a yoke and the Phoenix airplanes. Anytime you use weather radar, you should assume the information is not accurate and it should not be used for weather avoidance, unlike an X-plane and P3D. So it's just kind of pretty there and it's probably out of date, and if there's a big blob of red in front of us, maybe somebody spilled food coloring back in the galley. That's good. Landy, thanks for taking the time to type all that out, that it's that way. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's see what our friends at VATSIM have in store for us. Holy moly, look at all the airplanes. It got busy in Copenhagen. Okay, so we got this little island to go over here, but we should be in ATC. Oh, probably in time for our descent. Menifee wants to stay on Flight Sim 2020, but you're going to switch flight sims. You think it's going to be X-Plane 12 instead of 24? It's just people are having so many different varied experiences with the flight sim. For me, it's working really, really good. I haven't had a problem at all. I mean, not for a while anyway. The biggest problem that I'm having with it was when I decided to try Sim Update 2. You know, the betas, and that's when it just sort of wipes out all my settings, which is annoying. I mean, there's airplanes that we'd like to see in there. You know, it'd be great to have the and really at this point, I think the only two airplanes I'm keeping my eye out for right now is the iFly Max and I guess really the only other one would be the TFDI MD-11. I mean, eventually we'll get the 757, but I feel like that's going to take a while. Martin says that small island was called Åland, and it's bigger. The bigger one is Gotland. Did I say those even close to right? Hardware, or is it just luck? I think it's just blind blithering luck on my part. I don't think that I have any right to expect that my sim should be working as good as it is right now, and I'm really grateful for that. I think it's just blind luck, or you know, the live stream gods helping me to keep afloat here. But Martin says both of those islands are a part of Sweden that we're going by here, right? These islands here. Are there any A340s? That's the only one I know about, Menifee. There's a really good one over in X-Plane. There's the Tolis A340 in X-Plane, which is very nice. I said it almost correct. Boy, I got lucky for that. My guess is you know, when the 757 comes out and it makes its way over to Flight Sim 2024, my guess is we'll probably be flying them as mostly cargo planes. Mostly cargo. I think they flew I think UPS flew the 757 in here this morning. Because when they blasted out, it was really loud. I heard it all the way across the valley today, so those islands, the names are remnants from Viking area? Really? WSX boy, I'm really starting to like doing the cargo stuff right now. Just for me. I mean, yeah, we're gonna definitely fly, you know, passengers, like, you know, on routes like this, but cargo just seems to be a really great place to fly. You don't have to put up with crazy passengers. Slink for Slink is back with us today on YouTube. Hi, Slink for Slink. Long haul Manchester to Singapore. Wow. Oh, an E2 Hawkeye. Now that would be a fun airplane to fly. That's that carrier-based big radar dome spinning on the top of the airplane and propellers, right? That's the E2 Hawkeye. Oh, the E2's from Embraer. Oh, okay. Manchester is 15 hours to Singapore. That's a long haul. That's a long haul. And there's our final cruising altitude, flight level 390. So we'll pour our second cup of Spy tea here. And big Spy cheers. Slink for Slink wants a new gaming headset. What kind do you want to get? I would imagine, Martin, that there's all sorts of remnants of Viking history, especially on those islands. So, and you know there's somebody on those islands that's playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla too. I did finally give up. I tried to go back in on Monday and see if I couldn't get Metro Exodus and get past those zombies, and I couldn't. I just didn't have enough firepower to get away from those zombies. So I restarted it and redid, you know, rolled it back like 2 or 3 steps and stuff, and was making pretty good progress. And then after that, I kind of, okay, I didn't get back up to that zombie spot, but I just didn't have what it took to get away from the zombies. And, you know, when you're surrounded by radioactive zombies in the, you know, in the Moscow metro, there's just not a lot that you're going to be able to do. Azul has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Oh, that's the really cool airline that we like to fly in Brazil. Really? That's the one that I wish they'd update the duck livery, because we've got the Donald, you know, the big duck lips on the wing and stuff. Okay, latest status is still Information Yankee, still on runway 22. Runway condition is groovy. Runway is 666. I really think that they need to change that. I understand that 666 is all dry, but, you know, for some of us that are a little bit, you know, not so superstitious, but know what 666 means. It's sort of like, no, I am not landing on the devil's runway there. Call me a big chicken, but there you go. Transition level is 6,500, winds variable at 1 knot. Visibility is groovy. Few clouds here and there. Altimeter 1008. All right, and that's another thing to complain about. It's not 1007. Metro, yeah, Metro looks like it's an interesting game for sure. I saw Sibi playing it a long time ago, got it, and, you know, play it, you know, like once a year, advance a little bit, and then give up. Advance a bit and give up. Let's see the sim. Okay. Loviz. Well, Sim Update 3 beta experiment is over. I had 2 CTDs and the last one crashed Steam 2. You know, when it crashes Steam 2 at that point, oh my gosh, you have the patience of, you know, a doctor, you know. I wouldn't have tried it. And if I'd tried it like you did, Loviz, it would have completely wiped out all of my settings too when I tried to go back to the other one. Really would have tried, it just wiped it all out. Manifee says that Sim Update 16 is working fine in Flight Sim 2020. Loviz is now, so you're reloading in right now to see if it hasn't messed up your day? Oh, is Sim Update? Manifee, is that a question? If not, I haven't heard a bad thing about it yet. Haven't heard a bad thing about it. Okay, let's go to performance. 253 miles from top of descent. There was another, so one of the YouTube videos that popped up in my feed on my days off was how to make the perfect Chinese fried rice with chicken. And I did that, and it tasted great. The other one was how some guys that go after scammers basically figured out where these people were doing these scamming people, and apparently they're, you know, really nasty people, the kinds of scammers that are going on. But they decided to prank these people by making a business or something on Google and rating it or something. So they turned their scam center into a pizzeria. And all of their phone numbers started ringing because people wanted pizza. And apparently they had to shut down because everybody was calling wanting pizza. So, you know, people just Google, you know, nearby pizza, and everybody in the neighborhood, oh, there's this new pizza place here. Let's go and do this. So they had to shut down some bad guys. I thought that was absolutely hilarious. Almost scrapped my plans to make Chinese fried rice, you know, with chicken and have pizza just to celebrate that kind of it. I thought it was awesome. I'm sure that scammers didn't like it, and they're probably dangerous people, but I and the guys that did it, they actually made you know how you can go and make, you know, like people on YouTube and Twitch, they have like merch stores and stuff. They made something in their merch store that, you know, was the pizza place. So if it was like a real pizza place, they made t-shirts. I didn't get one, but I just thought, this is awesome. Again, it really did make my day on that one. Okay, equal time point is coming up. Nothing else to worry about here. I was going to do a CRJ flight into Matha's Vineyard, and then for Thursdays in Toronto, I was going to take the 777 cargo liner. Although I will continue to be annoyingly whiny about TFDI. Come on to 2024. Come on to 20. There's nothing that sounds like a chant, but still. We need our MD-11. Almost as much as I want my MTV, but I want my MD-11. 230. No pizza back in the galley either. Yeah, Manifee, that would be good too. And I think that I was reading a comment that I remembered a comment from I remember a comment from last week that said they were making progress. Progress in the with the VNAV and the new not EFB, but FMS, the McDo on the E-Jets. So that was really kind of encouraging that they made progress on that. I don't know when to actually expect it, but that'll be cool when it does. Oh, that's a flight attendant seat. That's a flight attendant seat. I was gonna say, what in the world? That's a flight attendant seat. So I guess they could put they could put 1, 2, 3 back here and a 4th over here. And then probably 2 up front? We also need to convince FlyJ Sim to bring the fabulous little prop liner that has things in the overhead bins that you can click on, and put cute little plushy airplanes on your cockpit. So we can also put 2 flight attendants here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess this airplane, there would be a 6 total that you could have. There we go. Okay, that looks great. Man, if you would also like to see the LVFR Horizon come on in. $200 miles to go. Almost time to go and start. So it's getting a little bit dark behind us, but my guess is it's probably going to stay perhaps a little bit light for us going into Helsinki, which would be good. Just checking over on the YouTube channel. Wesley is back in chat. Good evening, Wesley. Thank you for coming in today. And that looks good. And it looks like live is working. It looks like live is working. Great. And if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for discovering over there. Almost to Helsinki. So we're probably going to be talking over here. Slink for Slink is flying the 777 to Singapore. Well, that's what that airplane was made for. It was definitely made for big, long flights like that. Average Canadian has given up. You're going to fly tomorrow. All plane engines couldn't start, even with the correct procedures. I don't know. The A310, right? Over in the A310 over in you're in Xbox, right? I don't recall there being any big problems with that. I mean, if you got fuel up, if you got your throttles in idle like you're supposed to with an airplane like that, if you've got the APU up and running and you've turned on the APU bleed air, there shouldn't be another reason, unless you forgot to use the, go to ignition system A. You only clicked maybe 1 click over, and I think in those it's 2 clicks over to system A or B. Dogs is back in chat. Dogs, are you going to fly to Martha's Vineyard. Dogs, there's a freeware for Martha's Vineyard if you want it. Oh, average Canadian, you're doing PC. Well, still, in that case, you shouldn't have a problem either. I mean, that should not be an issue at all. Yeah, not that airplane. I mean, it's not as advanced as the A300, the A310, because it was a freebie kind of a deal, but still, my guess is it should have been, it should be working fine for you. Dogs has payware from Orbex. Well, the old planes are definitely old and cranky. There is a level of old cranky about that airplane, about the A300 and the A310, even the A300. And I think that some people don't like it that much. I don't think that they like it that much, but it's still a solid airplane. You know, the A300 is a, what am I trying to say here? The A300 is going to be a better quality airplane because it was a payware. It's a really nice livery. I think it looks really good. 176 miles to top of descent. Seems like we're going pretty slow today. Well, 470 knots over the ground, so that's not bad. We're at Mach 0.78. That's not so awful. It just seems like this one's taking a while. I don't know what else we need to be doing. We could be like the real pilots and run through the ECAM. That's a good thing to do. So engines, let's see, plenty of oil, bleed air, we're not losing air. Pressurization, we're not losing pressurization. The airplane is, cabin altitude is 8,000 feet. Electrical, we're not overcharging the batteries. That's a good thing to do. Hydraulics, the green system is always the lowest of the three. Manaphy wants to do frontier flights. Nothing in the center tanks, and our airplane appears to be balanced. The APU is cold and dark. Air conditioning is good. It's a degree or two cooler back in the cabin than the cockpit. The cockpit's at 25 degrees. Doors are all closed. Slides are armed. Wheels are good. PSI is 205. Brake temperature is either 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. None of our flight control surfaces are flapping about. Status is clear. And that looks good too. So, and from what I hear, the real world pilots do that every 30 minutes or so. Let's see. That's true. I've gotten used to the 777, and the 777 and yep, the A350 does go a little bit faster. Martel, when Martel was flying, the cabin always felt more like 15 degrees Celsius. Really? So what I do is I always, from when I start, oh, well, I didn't do that. Usually you turn the aft cabin down, you know, like one click or so, because there's more people in the back of the plane than in the front of the plane. But Martel says that instead of like 23 and 25, it would have been more like 15 degrees Celsius. T-Bird is here in chat with blue and yellow flags and silly little guy, Pokey Pikachu hellos. More like 15 degrees Celsius. I mean, it's like somebody poured some glue. It's like somebody poured glue on this flight. Martel is here with blue and yellow flags and some Air Berlin love. And Mighty Morph just arrived too. Welcome in, Mighty Morph. Dog says be ready for clouds in Baston. Martel started to wear a nip cap when you were flying. And T-Bird also threw in a little bit of Air Berlin love too. Looks like it's definitely cleared up a little bit on our flight into Helsinki. So just a knit cap while you're flying because it was so much cooler in the cabin. Okay, we have EETT Center and EFIN Center. I think we're going to be beeped. I'm going to get beeped by EETT Center. And that is going to be Tallinn Control in Estonia. Okay, so let's be prepared for EETT 134.325. That's going to be our 134.325. There we go. Recycle this once again. We should be getting a new one. Still Yankee, I guess. No, it's Zulu. I thought we were coming up on a new one. Okay, information Zulu. Same runways. Same runway condition reports. Same transition level. Winds, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and I think this will be our landing data. When do you activate approach phase? It's at different times, and usually that depends on when, you know, I try to remember to check it, you know, as we're coming on in, and ATC says Finnair 441, 280 knots, 270 knots, 280 knots, you know, they're speeding us up and slowing us down to get our spacing right. As soon as I take control, I'm going to go down here and I'm going to hit the activate approach phase mode or ensure that we are indeed in approach phase. As far as when I'm going to go into managed speed for landing, that's usually it's 180 knots till 5 miles from the runway, right? So that's usually when I'm going to push the button for for managed speed. Lovis says the A320 automatically puts you into approach if you're on
Loyalty
final.
noted.
And Dickie just did a resub. Dickie, thank you for a resub. 14 months of awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Dickie, thank you for keeping that up and current. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on, and welcome on in. But I usually put it into approach phase when I take it out of managed for, speed it down and slow it up. They'll arm it when they're cleared for the approach. That's another good one. A Therodon, that's probably another good one. That lets you know I am cleared for the approach, and that's a good way to go. Oh, you think saying APP on the AP? No, I was talking about approach mode in the McDo and then managed speed for landing. Okay, 114. Let's go start plugging in numbers because I think this is going to be it. So QNH is 1008. Just got beeped. Temperature is 13. Winds are 3004. Transition is 65. Config 3. And landing. ILS runway 22 left. Minimums are 349. And altimeter is 1008. I like to set that in my backup just as my way to remind it. And that was EETT Center 134.325. 134.325. Aviation Ryan is back in chat. Aviation Ryan says, school's over tomorrow. It's your last day. Let's see. Boston to Martha's Vineyard is next, Aviation. Boston to Martha's Vineyard. Peter doesn't know the same. You'll also see a D in a circle in magenta, and it will automatically activate approach mode there. Oh, really? Tillin in control, good evening from Finnair 441 at Logina at flight level 390.
Good evening, Vineyard 441, Tallinn control, radar contact, runway 22 left, cleared Intour 6 Alpha.
Cleared for the Intour 6 Alpha to runway 22 left for Finnair 441. Okay, we've already got that set up in there. I don't know that. I thought that the D in a circle is a decelerate. I thought that that was basically... No, wait a minute. That's a pink dot in this airplane. I don't know that I've seen that one. I think we get... Oh, you're in the fly-by-wire. I don't remember that. A pink dot in here is a deceleration point. Tim J is in chat. I believe that's...
Yankee Tango Foxtrot, continue
I
approach.
think that's something from Helsinki, right, Tim J?
Long landing approved. Vacate Echo.
Clear to land runway 26, long landing approach, vacate Echo, Yankee Tango Foxtrot.
Haiva Atia Vakuchat. Did I even come close? Thank you for putting the finishing touches on your comment there and telling us that that was from Finland. It means good evening, spies. That was so nice. Thanks, Tim J. Okay, we're kind of coming up here. So, Intour 6 Alpha. That's going to be 3,000 feet at Kennan. You're always coming up with good evening, spies. Wigbill says that it is indeed the same for the Phoenix. Okay. You know what I've been forgetting to do all this time? F-plan. I've been forgetting my fixes. That's going to put me in a real fix. EFHK. We're going to runway 22 left. Now then, the reciprocal for our runways here, drive safe on the road, is, it's too small, can't see, 037. So 037 is our radial, and I want 5 miles. Now let's do page 2, and that's EFHK, 22 left, and that's going to be 10 miles. And then the last one, EFHK, 22 left, and 25 miles. Now we've got our groovy little range rings out there. And that's going to be helpful too. That helps us with a little bit more situational awareness. It's sort of like, oh, cross that line. We're 25 miles from the airport. Better pay attention. Aviation Ryan, yes, Boston to Martha's Vineyard. And Mikey Moz is in chat. 8 days of school left. So everybody's getting excited about being cut loose for the summer, right, Mikey? Well, good luck with those last 8 days. Tim J said that would have been a Range Rover. How to enter the fixes in the A350. Yes. Okay, it's been a while. So you're going to go into the touchscreen, McDo, and you're going to click down in the flight plan. No, you're going to click flight plan and you're going to click flight info. Then you're going to have a little one of those menus that pops up in the middle of that, and you can see it'll take you to fixes there. I think that's where it is. It's been a while since I've been in that airplane. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay, nothing else to worry here. 50 miles to top of descent. And over here,
Yankee Tango Foxtrot, Vacate Echo, taxi via Alpha.
3,000 feet. I don't think that we've got clearance. I don't think we got clearance to descend. We're cleared for the, but I don't think we're cleared to do that. Yeah, Mikey, I've got to remember, every day, every year on the 6th of June, we fly the original Pathfinder missions from D-Day. And this was, I think this is my first year after my meltdown. And I don't think I've got any of that data anymore. Yeah, I think I've got to go find that again. I think all of my D-Day stuff got wiped out. Oh boy. Hopefully I can find that again.
441, proceed direct Hotel Kilo 8901.
Finnair 441, we are direct Hotel Kilo 8901. A direct to. Loviz says all of that stuff might still be in Discord. That's a good place to look. I will go and kind of hunt through all that. I will look through it. So I've got the Crosby briefings. Yeah, that's a great place to look because each year I posted all of that stuff. So I will go and start looking through there. Jaden is back in chat. Hi, Jaden. Jaden's school is almost over too. June 26th. And GT Boy just came back into chat with a nice resub.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
GT Boy, thank yous for a really nice resub. 67 months. And also thank you for always coming in and putting just beer cheers in. Reminding us to smile and enjoy our favorite beverage. Okay, that looks good. Back to performance. EFOB is 3.6, as I remember. It was like 2.5 or something is in the number. So that's really good. I think we're good to go there. GT Boy, there's beer cheers. Thank you so much. But yeah, lots of excitement about the end of the year, I'm sure. I remember that kind of excitement too, being the end of the year, being the end of school year and getting all ready for summer and stuff. And getting ready for thunderstorms, although I think we're starting to get some smoke down from Canada now. So we're starting to see the gray, those gray clouds and stuff outside. Don't think we've got rain for a few days, so that's the good news. The last football practice of the season is tonight. That's right. So Wigbill's that's going to be done too. Now you've got to figure out another reason to sit out in a hot, buggy field and get sunburned. Okay, everything else is nice there. 22 miles.
441, descend to flight level 120.
Flight level 120, Finnair 441. Flight level 120. Down we go. Still nice and light outside tonight. Hope maybe we get to see the lights of Helsinki as we're coming in, but still not be, pitch black and stuff like it has been. And when we get there, we're going to go to gate 28. We better go get the gate charts here too. Parking stands. And our descent, oh my gosh, the 25 mile range ring's coming up fast. All of a sudden the flight started to pick up a little bit of speed here. Next flight's in the CRJ. Who needs an auto throttle? Who needs an auto throttle? That's Irvy's got it. That's right. Auto throttle is for wimps. That should be good. The end of the year is bittersweet. I got to find out you've got to find something new in September, but you like where you are. Really? Well, I hope that now, is that something that you start the process as soon as possible, or do you have to wait until you get closer to the start of the year? Still out over the water here. Fact is, this is sort of our mini little cross the pond in a way. Although this is probably more, for airplanes, this is more ditch-like than pond. Loviz says you best take an airplane with a working RNAV for the approach into Martha's Vineyard. The visibility sucks. Loviz didn't say that. Visibility sucking is my own little editorial comment. So at Martha's Vineyard, the 8 is, I shouldn't talk like that, 070 at 14, 1 statute mile of visibility. Altimeter's 29, RNAV approaches to runway 6. So runway 6 is what we're expecting. I'm still taking the CRJ. Low vis is trying to land right now. And Baston over here. Good old Boston. Departure runway is net. Runway 9 and 33 right. Oh no, runway 9. So runway 9. Okay. We know what to expect. Well, you know, that's where the Kennedys came from, right? Hi, XLT. Welcome aboard. Oh my gosh, Lovis is trying to land the F-28 right now. Of course, I kind of feel like, you know, this was sort of like a practice flight, so just fockering around a little bit in low visibility, right? The weather sucks in the Northeast. It's May. Tim J, you could always ask for the VOR approach. You could do that. It's like flying through pea soup. That's right. You don't want to do the pea soup at, it wasn't Honeydukes. Where do you not want to eat the pea? Oh, at the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron has pea soup that will eat you before you eat it. But I guess 'tis the season for the weather to be kind of sucky in the Northeast. And how about seatbelts? Seatbelts are on. There they go. Seatbelts look good. Lovis tried the VOR approach, and the VOR approach is worse. Well, guess Weesa gonna die on this one. Pixels splattered all over the runway at Martha's Vineyard. Lovis does not want to see the landing rate, and you know what? We're not going to make you look at it. You should not have to look at your landing rate, especially at a practice flight. Well, that's brave. And you know what? 350's not so awful. What is it that it's 600? It's got to be over 600 for when maintenance has to go and inspect it, right? So you're not even halfway there. About halfway, a little over halfway there. It was such an awful flight that it's going to mess up your average, so you're going to delete it. Okay, everything's good here. Well, you know.
441, contact Helsinki radar 119.1.
119.1 for Finnair 441. Thanks for helping us get into Helsinki. Have a good week.
Same for you. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
119.1. This is Helsinki radar. And we have information Alpha. Helsinki radar, good evening from Finnair 441. We are descending to flight level 120 with information Alpha.
Hello, Finnair 441, Helsinki radar, contact runway 22 left.
Runway 22 left for Finnair 441. Seriously, the visibility is really bad. Manaphy Games is going to do some ATC now.
441, proceed direct Vemmi, after Vemmi, direct Dixed.
Let's see. That's going to be Tango India X-Ray Echo Delta for Finnair 441.
Finnair 441 after Vemmi. Correction, direct Vemmi. After Vemmi, direct Dixed.
We are direct to Vinmi, and after Vinmi, we are direct to. Got it from Finnair 441. Thank you.
Helsinki.
Okay, so it was a double direct to. That's unusual. Okay, so it was direct to Vinmi, and after Vinmi, it's direct to that place. Hi, EFHK Fozzie. Welcome aboard. Trashman Tech. Different calculations. 3 Yogi. There are no stupid questions here. I might come up with a stupid answer, but it's not a stupid question. The movement in the cockpit and around the plane. I want to move around the cockpit like 2020. So, I don't know. My movement around the cockpit, 3 Yogi, is about the same as it was for me in the old sim. In 2020, I haven't changed. I haven't noticed any change at all. Is it possible? I don't know. Is it possible that there's a scenery problem? Is your system overtaxed? I have Geek Fozzie. We are back. Astronauts means star sailor. Okay. Let's do a posture check. After Vinmi, it's direct to Tixit. This is an A320. So one of the things, 3 Yogi, I don't know if this will help much. Over on YouTube, I've got a recorded video.
Finnair 441, continue to descent 2000 feet, QNH 1008, via Vemmi and Dixed, cleared ILS approach runway 22 left.
Via Vinmi and Tixed, we are cleared for the ILS runway 22 left. The altimeter is 1008, and we are cleared down to 2,000 feet for Finnair 441. Holy cats. Short-term memory sucks today. It absolutely is pitiful. Okay, I think we know what we're doing, kind of. I don't know for sure. Seatbelts are on. Looks like we've got some more islands here. Oh, and that's got to be the lights of Helsinki over there. Those have got to be the lights of Helsinki, and I guess they've got all sorts of cool little islands here. I'm supposed to say Kiitos. That's thank you. I'm going to need a little speed break here. That is, Airbus 320 says that is indeed Helsinki City. Holy moly, check that out. That's looking pretty awesome, isn't it? Okay, so where do you go for pizza in Helsinki City? Where's the best place for pizza and to meet friends and have pizza in Helsinki?
Helsinki Radar, very good afternoon. This is FedEx 40.
No, what we want is not pizza, but Loyally is the best public sauna.
Good evening, FedEx 42.
Yeah, that's supposed to be a really big deal in Finland is saunas. Flaps 1. I didn't program it, but I know to go to Tixid after. Martin says Koshkin Korva vodka, is that what it's called? Tombrasco, boy, I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure curious to find out. You know, does that mean that, you know, prices go back to normal? And, you know, for like wing stuff? Just another scrub. Hi, just another. Eating pizza inside a sauna is the best of both worlds. At least you know your pizza's going to stay hot, right? Then again, it could get too hot in there. Got a small airport here. I was watching that one video, the Lufty cargo. I was looking at that one Lufty cargo video, the arrival into Frankfurt during the morning, and it looked really nice. Just thinking, wow, that looks a little like the flight simulator scenery. Not 100%, but it kind of looked like it. Altimeters, 1008. There we go, 1008. Okay, I think we're all ready to go here. I just want to do one light. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. I think maybe since we've had a few days off, autopilot off. Let's freak out. Pilot's got the airplane. Airbus 320 was second for arrival. You came in for a short hop from ESSA. We will see low vis on Frankfurt Friday and the Friday night ops tomorrow. Have some fun today, low vis. I hope it's a nice family time. Thanks for checking out Mathis Vineyard for us. I think the chair is a touch close. There we go.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody
Top
just did a
clearance
sub.
granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Resubbed. It's Russ is here. Hi, Russ. Thanks for the resub. Welcome aboard. How long till landing? 15 minutes. I don't know. Thank you, Russ. Russ is one of the original spy pilots here. Thank you for the great support, Russ, and the awesome jet fuel and the flight plan.
And hello again, Scandinavian 956 and 14. We have KH 1008 crest clearance.
Hello again, Scandinavian 956, clear to correction Keflavik, runway 22 right, arrival for November departure, climb 4,000 feet, squawk 4512.
Okay, we're cleared to Keflavik, runway 22 right, by the Element 4 November departure. 4,000 feet, squawk 4512, Scandinavian 956.
FedEx 420, descend 5,000 feet, KNH 1008, after Canon, direct B6.
After Canon, direct D6. And please repeat QNH.
KNH 1008.
QNH 1008, FedEx 420.
Transmitech. I'm sorry, I didn't see that earlier. Thank you for taking the time to repeat it. Right now I use Volanta. I think that at the moment they're all a little bit not great, not terrible. They're not always perfect, but right now, like I said, I'm using Volanta and that seems to be okay.
That's Canadian 956, was that a correct feedback?
Canadian 956, FM clearance correct.
2,500.
Vineyard 41, cleared to Incheon, runway 22 right. Devro 4 November departure. After Devro, Yankee 75 to Kiteva. Climb via seat flight 4,000 feet, squawk 1776.
Setting out runway to the right, Devro 4 November, then Yankee 75 to Kiteva. Climb via seat 4,000 feet, squawk 1776 in that 41.
Correct.
Hey Peter, welcome aboard.
Speed, speed, speed.
God, it does, I've noticed the airplane lets itself get a little bit slow.
FedEx 420, descend 3,000 feet after Canon MV6, clear Dallas approach runway 22 left.
Down to 3,000 feet, and after beating, we evaluate the approach to FedEx 120.
It wants me to do lever climb. I guess it doesn't realize that we're getting ready to land.
Finnair 441, confirm established.
Finnair 441 established on the ILS runway 22 left. Mostly.
Finnair 441, wind 2300 degrees, 5 knots, clear to land runway 22 left.
22 left, clear to land, Finnair 441. So I'm not in landing config. My gear is down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. I thought I did that.
500.
So we'll just do manual throttles here.
200 above. Minimum.
Landing.
Retard.
Spend a little too much time enjoying the eye candy outside the cockpit. Little bit too much time looking outside.
Dinner 441, welcome to Helsinki. Taxi to stand Whiskey 48 via Victor Kilo and Alpha Tango.
Got the Whiskey 48. What was that routing again for us on the ground for Finnair 441?
Dinner 441, left on Zulu, right Victor Kilo, left Alpha Tango.
Victor 48, Zulu, Victor Kilo, Alpha Tango for Finnair 441. Okay. Okay, let's see. Airport map. Okay, Zulu, Victor Kilo. Victor Kilo. Okay, that's right here. That's Victor Kilo right there. And then after that, it's going to be Alpha Tango. And we're going to Whiskey 48. I don't think I've ever been to that one. Is that one back in here? Ah, I see. Whisker 4. Okay, that's Alpha Tango. Okay, I see where we're going. It was a little bit long, wasn't it? So something got a little bit confused. Yeah, in the airplane got confused.
FedEx 420, wind 310 degrees 4 knots, clear to land runway 22 left.
Please land 22 left to FedEx 420.
And then we're going to Whiskey.
Finnair 41, confirm Yankee 75, airway Nikita.
Affirm.
And I think that should be it right there. It's I think the one at the end. Oh my gosh, I've totally forgotten to do all of my lights and everything. Whoa, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Ja ID-piltähän se ei tosiaan lähde vaan T-Front.
And APU, and this up here. And does that say Whiskey 48? Whiskey 48, look at that. Not bad. Okay, cool. How bad was the landing though? And is that going to be, you know, a preview of things to come? So it was definitely long for sure. Definitely a little long on the runway. Oh, we were just barely in the zone, minus 286. Okay, that wasn't so awful. Barely in the zone though, but something got a little bit messed up. I thought I did the final little thing that you're supposed to do. I guess I did not check to see that, hey, that's got to be it right there. And parking brakes. Just another, this is the Phoenix A320. A really, really cool airplane too. It's so well modeled. And probably one of the best. Close second, of course, is going to be PMDG airplanes. PMDG airplanes are a really good close second. I don't know how the iFly Max compares, but I feel like the iFly Max deserves a nice honorable mention for really, really great airplanes. All of that looks good. Passengers, I don't know if we're going to get that jetway. Let's deboard. And Phoenix app, ground services. I bet we're going to get the jetway after all. Hey, look at that. The jetway's coming in. Oh, I'm blinding my ground crew. How could I? Now we're not blinding the ground crew, but we made it. Yeah, Martin, definitely a tad long on that, but it felt better. Let's see. Okay, all of this looks good. I think we've got that FedEx just landed. I'm going to guess it was probably a 777. Oh, looks like the passengers are going to have to jump. The jetway's not long enough. The jetway's not long enough. Oh, well. What are you going to do there? That's why you always take your Harry Potter wand when you go flying, so that you can Leviosa out to the jetway when the jetway doesn't reach. Okay, all this looks good. Let's reset and get the CRJ. We've also got to make a decision today. We got to figure out what we want to do about Thursdays in Toronto. We could depart out of Toronto and go someplace. Normally on Thursdays in Toronto, we always fly in, but the flight plan is basically empty. It's Thursdays in Toronto. Fly in or fly out is kind of what we might do today. Very nice ATC kind of coming into Helsinki, and I think that controller stayed on a little bit later. I think that controller stayed on a little longer. Looks like it froze. Let's see. I don't know that we want to go all the way to Greenland. I don't know that we want to do that. Okay, CRJ means that we're not going to use SimApp Pro or the autopilot or the McDo. So we're going to unplug both of those and let's go to Boston. Avgeek Fozzie says we should go to CYHZ. CYHZ. Is that Halifax? I hear it's a howlin' good time at Halifax. That really was not that funny. Okay, all of this looks good. Mathis Vineyard is still runway 6. The weather still is pathetic. Okay, that looks good. Let's get a flight simulator. Okay, so Halifax will depart YYZ, and we're going to go out to Halifax. Tim Dog. Okay, Tim Dog says the Max is good, but it's not quite as realistic as the Phoenix and the PMDG. There's a few things that aren't correct in there. So we would call the PMDG a close second to the Phoenix, and maybe the iFly a close second to the PMDG. Perhaps. Maybe that'd be the way to look at it. Dogs is going to fly a JetBlue flight today. Okay, yeah, I could probably go for that too. For what little I know. Okay, let's see. Departing runway 9. And we're going to runway 6.
Subscriber confirmed.
I
Top
think
clearance
there
granted,
is
agent.
a resub.
Loyalty noted.
It is. It's from Carney. Carney, thank you for a nice resub today. That is really awesome. Thank you for 19 months of great support and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for coming in today, Carney. We're departing out of Boston now. So new flight. Typing too fast. Okay, KBOS. Mathis Vineyard is KMVY. And I'm going to do a 700 and 550 configuration, which is terribly airplane geeky. And Carney does say the iFly is way better in textures and sounds. All right, runway 9 and runway 6, that's correct. I say a little bit of extra fuel. The visibility is frightful. We may have to go around a couple extra times. I know going around doesn't seem like we ever do that, but there you go. Tim Dog, I'm kind of one of those that likes the iFly a little bit too. Oh, because of the gimmicks of the flushing toilets? I don't know if it's that. I just kind of like that airplane and the way that you can. It's easier for me to control. Of course, you know, a flushing toilet. Just saying that out to developers. We do like our airplanes to have, you know, working Blue Juice saloon, right? I'm going to do the PMDG 777 on the third flight today. This is the CRJ on this one. We're flying the CRJ on this. I don't think they have a lot of 777s going into Martha's Vineyard. 12,000 feet for this flight. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, 12,000 feet. We's gonna die. Tim Dog likes, I do like the PMDG and the 777. I do like the PMDGs for the 777s though. Definitely enjoy that one. Carney could care less about the flushing toilets, but sounds and textures. And Carney also has the Boris sounds too. Yeah, I'm not as rich as Carney. I can only afford the Natasha sounds. Can't afford the Boris sounds. I'm guessing that joke's probably getting old. But then again, you can never go wrong with a good get moose and squirrel. KBOS, Boston Logan. Yeah, having it paint the clouds in is a little annoying. Boris is invincible. That is actually, you're not quoting the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. Now you're quoting James Bond. That one guy who was always the computer geek who was always invincible that got himself frozen by 007 and stuff, right? Here is our CRJ. You can disable the clouds on the world. Oh, really? I've tried. I've looked all over the place to turn those off there. Okay. Tim Dog has noticed little things in the cockpit that aren't correct. If you engage the app mode from above glide slope, it will capture immediately and start diving. Something else, but you can't recall. That's right, Boris. He always kind of stretched out his name, right? Boris, or something like that. I haven't seen that movie. That's GoldenEye, right? I think that's GoldenEye. Okay, let's see. My usual flight number, not imaginative there, and it's a CRJ7. CRJ7. Click the 550 button and go. That was GoldenEye. Yeah, in the end, his kung fu was not strong enough. No. we should also turn on Volanta so that proper humiliation can occur upon landing. Okay, Volanta should be good. Now I need to go and do... title, and I need to put my PDF flight plan in for you. Almost done. So right now, our next flight, we're thinking about departing out of Toronto and going to Halifax. Halifax, really. Okay, there we go. Peter read about Sim Update 3. So, important safety tip, Peter. Low-Viz just tried Sim Update 3 and about 15 minutes later said, and decided to not try Sim Update 3. I'm not saying it's bad or good. That's just an experience that somebody's had. So if you're like me and you don't want to spend time troubleshooting and stuff, there you go. Okay, I think all of the paperwork is done. Oh, that was a comment to Martel. I'm sorry. I'm sometimes reading through things way too fast. Okay, I've got the correct flight plan. I do suggest using the PDF flight plan off to the side. It's a little bit dodgy in the EFB. Okay, first step. Got to click the electronic flight bag. And then we can come over here and go to the aircraft. I need chocks, a ground power cart, open our doors, and do stairways down and toggle the jetway. Here comes the jetway. Somebody just blasted off. Okay, that looks good. Flight plan and import. That looks correct to me. Let's flip the airplane on and do airplane things. And as we were talking, Boris sounds are really good in some airplanes. So let's turn the music down just a little bit and turn the airplane up for the startup here. There we go. That's good. Fidelicor. You got a delay today. You had a connection in München. Fidelicor just got home after 14 hours of travel. Yeah, we all love our airplanes and stuff like that. But in the end, I don't really think that we like a 14-hour travel delay. I don't think that we like those sorts of things. So welcome home. Okay, zero fuel weight is 24.1. Right now our zero fuel weight is 25. We're only supposed to have 46 passengers aboard. And usually it overloads cargo. So there's 46 passengers. And this should be more like 102. And now we're 24.8, and we're supposed to have 24.1, so we're close enough. So now we got our zero fuel weight. Well, welcome home, Fidelicor. If you don't feel like flight simming today, I don't think anybody's going to blame you. Nobody's going to blame Fidelicor for not wanting to do airplane things. Integrated lighting up a bit. One click of flood. On the other hand, if your big flight delay happened at München, did you get a chance to go to Airbrow and have burgers and stuff? Their burger, the picture's on the menu. Of course, in the menu, it's always going to look good. But the burger looks pretty good. Everything looks good there. Let's do positioning it. Wait a minute. Wait. Timeout. Status. April 15th to May 26th. My secondary database is March 1st to April. That's from 17. That's weird. That doesn't look right. And that's 20 and 17. It's like I don't have the latest data. Fidelicore collapsed on the couch. I don't feel like eating during my flights, but next time, what's the place called again? It's called Airbrow. They brew their own beer at the airport, but if you don't drink beer and stuff, they also, like I said, the burger plate looks good. Okay, simulator base packages. That's, and the CRJ says it's loaded, but I don't think that I've got the right navigation stuff in here. That doesn't look right to me. Okay, I need to go and figure that out next time we go flying. Next, after the live stream. Okay, position in it. So let's see. Index, status, position. We are at KBOS. KBOS. Boston Logan. We are at gate Bravo 18, although I don't think they'd roll the B in Boston unless they were really drunk. It does not know gate Bravo 18. So let's go to the next page, get a GPS position, and pop that in there. Start aligning, and there we go. Yeah, the nav data doesn't look right to me. Let's see if we could actually put in the flight plan, though. Okay, KBOS, Boston Logan. It's Martha's Vineyard, KMVY. KMVY. Martha's Vineyard. Our alternate today is Kennedy. Kennedy is the alternate. We've got my standard flight number. And our first waypoint and our only waypoint is Dunk. D-U-N-K-K. D-U-N-K-K. Dunk. And execute that. And the flight plan's in. Hi, John. Lieutenant John Wick has just arrived. Welcome aboard. We're just getting this thing going here. Just discovered that the nav database is hopelessly behind. Okay. Let's come over here and refresh the weather. I don't think that there's ATC here. So, altimeter is 2993. There we go. And our charts today use the FMS plan, Boston. Okay. Parking gates, airport, and our SID is going to be we're doing Logan 4 to Dunk. So Logan 4 Birdie Lobster. Oh, there's Dunk over there. There's Dunk over there. Do I have an initial climb? Top altitude, 5,000 feet. You need some hot tea to dunk it in. I thought you were going to talk about that one place that used to do donuts all those years ago, Dunkin' Donuts or something. Okay. Now let's look at what our alternatives are in Martha's Vineyard. There's no SID, no stars, but they have an approach. There is an ILS for runway 24, but we're supposed to use runway 6 according to the flight plan. So we have RNAVs. Here is an RNAV for runway 6. Probably coming in via Falma. Okay. So there's the RNAV for runway 6. And the airport has one map. Go to the pins and everything's good. So RNAV runway 6 via Falma, I'm guessing. Okay, departure and arrival. We are supposed to depart on runway 9. We're doing the Logan departure. I wanted to do the Lobster departure. I'm going to be crabby because of that. Hey Bear, welcome aboard. Where do they come up with these names? Airbrow, Fidelicor, that's what it is. You're going to go there in July. I'm really kind of wondering if it's any good. The pictures, the menu pictures all look really good. If you look online, so, okay, there you go. There's the Airbrow menu. I guess the people that came up with the names don't let us do Lobster. We have to do a Logan. But no, John, I have no idea where they come up with those names. I think that they must come up. There must be a big old party. So there is the Airbrow Classic. That looks pretty good. There's a big steak. There's a gourmet potato thing. I don't see where the burger is. This is a new one. This is not the burger. They have good looking pasta. That looks good. They also, for I guess 0.99 euros, if you look under soup, they've got the last meal. This is the hangman's lunch. 1 glass of water, 1 dry bread, and 1 cigarette. I'm not kidding. That's what's on the menu here. I mean, seriously. Somebody there has got a sense of humor. Somebody's got a sense of humor. There. Or they've watched too many, or they watched the movie Pierpoint too many times. I don't know, but, there you go. Yeah, but Fidelicor, it's an airport, so of course, it's going to be expensive. I'm not kidding. It's on their menu. If I ever go there, I'm dying to know who came up with that. Bad pun. Sorry, didn't mean that one. Okay, RNAV for runway 6 via Falma and execute that. Okay, that looks really good. Let's go ahead and start up the APU. APU is starting. Martha's Vineyard is 67 feet. 2, 4, 6. That's about as close as I think we're going to get. 60 feet. I don't know. Is that your daily breakfast? Really? I don't know. I was never one, I was always lucky. I could never smoke anyway. So even if I get around it, I turn green. So I've been really lucky along those lines. Departure for runway 9 is going to be 0.92 degrees on our heading. .92, right? 92? Yep, good. Okay, that looks really good. Ooh, convenient runway for departure today. APU is coming on up. Let's see, a tuna fishing vessel. Is this one of these boats that in Microsoft Flight Simulator? That's one of the boats in Microsoft Flight Simulator that you get to play with? Okay, all that looks good. So let's go to flight plan and performance. Our cruise altitude is 12,000 feet. If we have to go to our alternate cruise is 24,000 feet. That looks good. Let's go flight plan, payload and weather, set it, copy it, and set the bugs. Oh, that's the fishing in North Atlantic game. Okay. Okay, all of these numbers look good. Execute and VNAV. 18,000, 12,000, 18,000. That looks great. Cruise winds for us today are going to be 266 at 27 knots, 266 degrees at 27 knots. ISA deviation is plus 007 degrees, perfect for the spy flight. And it's 2131 Zulu. I'm going to say we're out at 2145. I wonder why it says unable cruise. We're only going to 12,000 feet, you crazy airplane. Okay, performance. Let's get
Subscriber
our...
confirmed.
Somebody just did a resub.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
48
Loyalty
degrees
noted.
is our flex temperature. Oh, it's Butterfly. Butterfly just came in with a nice resub. Thanks, Butterfly. Butterfly's been here for 48 months. Thank you. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan and being here for 48 months. All right, everything's looking good. Now then, no ATC in Boston, so we've got to do .ctaf KBOS, and it's 128.8. And then we're going to need 122.8. And I did not get a squawk code. I didn't get the auto squawk. Butterfly, thanks for coming in today. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I'm supposed to squawk 0032. Auto ATC didn't work. 0032 is our squawk. Dogs didn't get a squawk code either. So there we go. Okay, let's go to the aircraft. It's time to go. Close and toggle the jetway. So cargo's closing, jetway's going away. There goes our cargo doors. All of our load sheets are in. I think we could go ahead and close the door. There goes the door. How did I find my squawk code? Okay, so you know in the United States in VATSIM, they will automatically assign a squawk code, right? And you get an auto ATC that says, here's your squawk, right? So what you do is go over here to VATSIM radar map, click your airplane, and if you look down here, you can see that I'm squawking 2000, but there's another number, 0032. That is your automatically assigned squawk code. So in your case, dogs, Dogs, you should squawk 4734. You should do 4734. It's that second number. So if you were flying in Europe or something, you wouldn't have that second number in there. And that's how you find out what your squawk code's supposed to be. All right. So this looks good. That looks good. It's good over here. I think it's time to call pushback helper and go. Did I not say it correctly? Did I say it backwards? Sorry. Okay, let's see here. Our parking brakes are on. Closed, closed, closed. The APU is up and running. We're going to disconnect ground power. There we go. And I'm going to remove my chocks. And all of that's good. All right, I think it's almost time to go. Let's get the rest of our hydraulics on. Hydraulics on. Beacon is going on. Seatbelts on. Anybody behind us? Nope. Parking brakes off. So I got it back. Okay. I misread it. Well, I know that probably does not surprise you. Hey Russ, here's a new one. I can't get on microphone because I can't sign you into Xbox. I have, Russ. You're talking about starting up the sim, right? So usually when that pops up, what I will do is when that thing pops up like you just said, I just exit out of that box. And then it usually stops your flight simulator. And so what I'll do is after that, I'll restart the sim and it usually kicks me into gear almost immediately. Thank you, Irvi. I try to be surprising, but sometimes I just don't read the number correctly. So I hope that helped, Russ. So I just exit out of the sim and try it again. Now, if that's still a okay, third time. So if it doesn't do it the third time, you may need to go and start your Xbox app in your PC and see if somehow you got kicked out of that. Maybe that's it, or run an update on your Xbox app. Now, usually we all have to do that at about the same time. Yeah, stay signed in and don't show this again. Right, Fidelicor? Yeah, I know that for sure. Well, Irvi got it even more wrong. He said, oh, really? Well, it's Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. It's Thursday. I'm kind of getting back into all this. I think you are too. I don't see runway 9, Logan 4, execute, legs. So is it really vectors off the runway on the Logan? Yeah, it is vectors off the runway. So, okay. Got it. Irby says, you're having a bad day today. It's mind-boggling. I'm a little surprised at how hard it is for me to kind of get back into this today. It's a little bit weird today. I don't know what it is. I know that I've had, like cold medicine and stuff for a few days here. But something doesn't feel right. Let's start engine number 2. And you remember you got to hold the button down. At Logan, everybody gets out over the ocean on this one. Man, I almost completely tuned out of starting the engine. It's just, okay, I'm just sitting here looking at my artificial horizon. Something must be in the water or in the air. I don't know. Thank goodness the big event today is Toronto Thursdays, and the Toronto controllers are so much better for us. Are so much more patient and nice, right? Oh my gosh, Bear is right. We can't have an Airbus hat. So I guess we'll just have to go with gray hair. Nah, let's get the original spy hat. Yeah, it could be that that's it too. It just kind of started out. Apparently, they've got some pretty big fires in Canada right now. Now, I think as I was reading the story, it's in Manitoba. So it's in Manitoba. So, but, the smoke can be almost everywhere, right? I wanted to fly. You could, dogs. I'm going to fly the 777. I think the 777 is longer than the runway at Billy Bishop. But you, of course, could if you want. Okay, that takes care of those. Performance. Trim's going to be 5.6. Good. Flaps. 8. Will I grow a beard until the next Sherlock Holmes day? No, I'm really, even though I'm kind of letting this grow out and stuff, and I know I'm on a mission with that too. I mean, for a while it was just me. Let's just let it grow. Now I want to grow it long enough to donate it to that company that makes hair pieces for people who have cancer. So that's what I'm doing with it now. Nose lights, cabin call. Cabin call's good. Probe heaters, that's what I forgot. Okay, we're ready to go. But as far as beards and stuff, I've never liked that. Plus, it looks really bad. Really, really, really sucky. I mean, bad. Okay, let's come on out, see what happens. Parking brakes. Off. Nose wheel steering. Armed. Shall we go? ATC Gym used to see CRJs at Freddy Beach. Now it's Q400s and E-Jets. Okay, takeoff config is good. We're ready to go. CRJ fun. What could possibly go wrong here today? Bear. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that I could do, to help, but one of the things I've still got is a full head of hair, and it's not thinning, at least not right now. So what started is just, COVID, why bother going and getting a haircut and stuff like that kind of a deal. It's sort of like, now let's grow it long enough so that, you grow it for several years and then cut it off and then put it in the mail. And then they give it to professional hairpiece makers And those hair pieces are given to people who've lost their hair because of chemotherapy.
Fox traffic, JetBlue 68 taking off runway 9. Let's go to Martha Vineyard. See y'all there, everybody. Have a good flight.
Yep.
Boston is another good airport to do cargo operations out of.
New England 634 Heavy, fully established, 4 right, 9 mile final.
I think we can make it across here. Martin did cancer. Oh, when you were a kid, 15. Yeah, that's not something I'd wish on my worstest enemy. Leslie Rivera is in chat. Hi, Leslie. Leslie's the first time in chat today. Hey, thanks for coming in and saying hi. Oh, you're on YouTube. Welcome into YouTube. Thanks for coming in. We are just getting ready to blast out of Boston, flying into a small VATSIM event in Martha's Vineyard in the CRJ. And we need to make a right turn to runway 9 right there.
Up traffic, JetBlue 10579, crossing runway 4 left long, kilo, crossing.
But Leslie, thank you for coming in and saying hi.
Boston traffic, New England 634 Heavy, 6 mile final, 4 right.
Boston traffic, there is a United CRJ lining up on runway 9, but we are holding short for landing traffic on 4 right. Boston. You had 10 years of those pop-up tumors. That's terrible.
Clear up runway 9, switching on over to Intercom, direction is done. On the way at sea level 120, Boston.
Okay, we got an airplane landing on 4 right, so we have to wait for that airplane. Remember when you're flying into Boston, they'll say, you know, departing traffic will hold short or something like that.
Boston traffic, JetBlue 2579er, holding runway 9er. Awesome.
Okay, so we're going to wait for the landing traffic, and then we go. Wow, not a very good job of lining up. And there's the airplane coming in. So there's the airplane that we're waiting for right there. ATC Hodgkins on a UN tour. I can imagine. I've seen it happen up close to other people. It just really takes everything. Fidelicor said posture check, stretch, and hydrate. So we got a second to do that. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate there too, Fidelicor. Okay, so waiting for the arriving traffic. We should see them pop right in front. There they are. And landing lights. Let's see. I didn't hit the takeoff button. There we go. Takeoff mode. Flex. Sounds really good.
Boston traffic, JetBlue 2579er, lining up runway 9er. Awesome.
80 knots. Steering with rudder pedals. V1, rotate. Positive climb gear.
Boston England 671 heavy vacated for right. Boston.
Okay, this is gonna be runway heading. Heading, speed, AP. Speed up to 210. There's 210. Boston traffic, runway 9 is clear of the United CRJ, departing on the Logan departure. Right turn and over to Unicom. Happy landings, Boston. Flaps.
Boston traffic. JetBlue 2579er, taking off runway 9er. Boston.
Flaps up. And 250. This airplane does keep you busy, but if you stay on top of it and stay ahead of it, it's a great airplane. 122.8, there's our speed. We're going to continue on runway heading. Oh yeah, I've still got it there a little bit. I'm just trying to not have to go and use the cold medicine and stuff. Oops, wrong one. And we're going to 12,000 feet. There we go. There's 4,000. Everything's good there. Hey, we made it. And we didn't even scratch the paint. Okay, let's go down and go direct to Dunk. I'm waiting just a little bit longer here before we go and do that. Let's do a little bit of a turn just so we can get off runway heading. Get out of people's way. Oh my gosh, the sounds on this airplane. That's that CRJ sound. And so far, so good. This has been okay. ATC Jim, this is the, it's the Aerosoft. It's the Aerosoft, and it works pretty good. And there's 10,000 feet, speed up to 270. There we go. And you know ATC Jim, no auto throttle in this, right? Yeah, we're in 2024. We are in 2024, and it's looking pretty good. Landing lights, 10,000 foot cabin call. I'm waiting for just a little bit more room to dunk here. Irvi says that the Boris sound pack makes it a completely different animal. That's right, no auto throttle, Jim, so that's what makes this one hard. Okay, we're gonna go and cruise at 310. So now I'm just using that as, I'm just using the airspeed thing you see there as a bug. Just as a bug. Okay, let's go direct to duck now. And one of the things that about all this airplane is everything happens at once. This is not going to be one of those airplanes where it's going to be a really good idea to have just one pilot. ATC Jim, right now we're thinking about departing from Toronto and flying to Halifax. We've all got a nice Halifax scenery. So thinking about, doing that. For the Thursdays in Toronto. Usually we fly into Toronto, so this time we could fly out. Toronto. Okay, now we got to make sure we're not speeding up or slowing down. There's a good 310 knots. And that looks good, 12,000 feet. Okay, this looks great. Direct to Dunk. Execute and nav. Nav's got us. Now we need to watch our speed. And Martha's Vineyard, MVY, information, nothing. There's no information on their ATIS. Okay, on the RNAV, it's going to be minimums are 308. Closest we're going to get is 310. There's no ILS to set. Keep your heading bugs straight up, a little fast. I don't know what to expect at YHC. CYHC, Halifax, that's right. CYHC is Halifax. I'm just typing it out over here so I can update the next command so that you can get I see cows. You control for Moncton. You know what? Moncton is just such an incredible event. So yeah, we're going to be delivering Timbits to Halifax. A little slow now. Russ is always amazed how 24 can go on the blink and you can't fly. Every week it's something new and we pay for all this fun. I'm thinking of quitting this crazy hobby. You know, Russ, I've heard a lot of people are getting frustrated with the sim, with the problems that we're having. It's not just you. I'm hearing other people say the same things in other live streams. I haven't been beeped. 126.3 is next. I don't have 126.3. Wolfie is here. Happy Thursday. So right now, Russ is having a hard time getting into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Okay, so over here at Falma, I'll just do a descent to 3,000, assuming we don't hear from anybody.
Subscriber confirmed.
Iowa Scotsman just came in with a
agent.
nice resub.
Loyalty
Hi, Iowa
noted.
Scotsman. Welcome back in. Thank you for a nice 42 months and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. All right, I feel like I'm going a little bit fast. I'm gonna just bug 290. And let's reduce our speed a little bit. Yeah, I haven't gotten beeped by anybody. Let's see what's going on over here in the wonderful world of VATSIM. So looks like Boston's up here. We've got EKCH approach. So we got 3 EKCH approaches up right now. We'll wait till we get beeped, I guess. Dogs is getting ready to land. Volanta says I'm landing in 6 minutes. This is a pretty fast flight, isn't it? All right. I decided 3,000 feet. I guess it's probably this quick of a hop from Boston to Martha's Vineyard. Okay, let's reduce this now to 270. And again, it's just a bug. 270. What's that? That is a 20-mile loop. Bear's on a 15-day watch streak. Thanks, Bear. Iowa Scotsman, thank you for a 42-month resub. That's probably good. I'm going to make it a vertical speed descent now. And I'm just going to go at about 1,200 feet per minute here. Seat belts. Kind of one of those flights where the preparation for the flight takes longer than the flight. Yeah, it took a little longer to put in the flight plan than anything else. Okay, now we're going too fast. We need to drop this down to 250. So 250. And now we're going to go the opposite way over here on vertical speed so we can lose speed fast. Still have not been beeped. Fidelicor is going to call it a night. Fidelicor had a long day at the airport today. I am not surprised that you are calling it a night. Good night to you and thank you for coming in. We'll see you next time. Okay, that looks good. Bugs for landing on performance. 137, we're going to call it 140 to land. Okay, that's a touch slower. And we have 3 EKCH approaches right now. All right, we'd better look and be proactive here. We're going to get beeped when we make the turn. We're going to get beeped when we make the turn, I'm guessing. Just got beeped, yay. A-cars. No, somebody just gave me a clearance. 0032, right? 0032 on ATIS. So somebody just gave us a PDC. Okay. And that was for departure in Boston. I'm out of Boston airspace. Now we're hearing from ACK. 133,750. 133.750. There's ACK approach. Martha's Vineyard is information echo. And 133.750 is going to be ACK approach. It doesn't give us a name. Approach, very good afternoon from United 441, direct Falma with information echo aboard.
United 441 Boston approach, radar contact, Cape altimeter 2989, expect the RNAV runway 6 approach.
RNAV runway 62989 on the altimeter for United 441. Cannot remember my call sign. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Hey, thanks for coming in. We'll see you next time.
United 441, proceed direct cockpit, descend and maintain 3000.
3000, and we are direct to cockpit for United 441.
JetBlue 258, contact the Vineyard Tower 121.4 sound. Sound. American 5662, turn left heading 240.
Bugging 210 now.
United 441, reduce speed to 210 knots or less.
210 knots or less now for United 441. Haha, that is. Good night, Martel. Thanks for coming in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Flaps 1. That's when I arm my reversers. Otherwise, I forget, and then we can't stop. And people get upset, and they call lawyers. And it's dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
American 5662, turn left heading 150.
There we go, right over there. Once again, performance, it's 140 to land. 140 to land. Happy landings, dogs. Reset that heading bug. Heading bug's groovy. We're at 210. And we're at 3,000. And that looks good. Oh my gosh, so far so good. We appear to be in the groove with this airplane as if I was in the groove with anything today. Landing lights, everything else is great. Cabin call, seats for landing. Martha's Vineyard, here we come.
American 5662, turn left heading 090.
J-Dubs, hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Perfect timing. There we go. Okay, speed's good, altitude's good. No reason to panic.
America 5662, 5 miles, correction, 4 miles from Horax, maintain 2,000 total established, cleared RNAV, runway 6 approach.
Now remember, Loviz was in here earlier and said the weather, the visibility is pretty crappy. It's 3 miles visibility.
United 441, 5 miles from cockpit, cross cockpit at or above 2,100, cleared on RNAV, runway 6 approach.
Clear to Coxby, cross at or above 2,100, cleared for the RNAV, runway 6 approach, United 441. I'm going to bug 180. 180, that looks good. Bring in the map another click. Got another airplane up here. I don't know. We're about 4 miles. I'm going to Thrust idle. There, now we're slowing down. Good airplane. Okay, everything's good up here, right? Yep, everything's good there.
United 440 reduce speed of 170 knots.
170 knots now for United 441.
American 5662, keep your speed 170 knots or greater until a 5-mile final.
Boy, you know, it's modeled in some airplanes, but not all of them. Like this airplane,
170 knots or greater until a 5-mile final, please.
Ice forming on the windshield wiper, so you will see it there. And flaps 8. Flaps
All right, United
8.
441, turn right heading 180, cancel approach clearance.
Cancel the approach clearance. Right turn now, 180, United 441. I do the anti-icing just because I don't know. I just plan on anti-ice because I fell out of the sky in the 757 in X-plane a long time ago. Okay, so all of a sudden Russ cannot log in. The first thing is it signs you into Xbox. Something went wrong and to try in a while. So what happens, Russ, and I know you're talking to Landy, what happens if you go and start your Xbox app, not Microsoft Flight
American
Simulator,
5662
but your
having
Xbox app,
contact,
and give that
the
a
Vineyard
try.
Tower 121.4.
See what happens to go over there. You know where you can buy other games and stuff? Maybe your store is out of date or something, because I think all...
United 441, turn right heading 04, correction, left turn 040.
Left turn 040, United 441. So yeah, if you could start your Xbox app in your PC, that might be interesting to see what happens. Because he saw that I had beer in the cockpit. He said, "Oh, you can't land here. You got beer in the cockpit. We got to yeah." No, I was...
United 441, turn left heading 020170 knots till a 5-mile final.
020170 knots until that 5-mile final for United 441.
United 441, your 4-mile, correction, 5 miles for the final approach fix. Maintain 2,100 until established. Cleared ILS, correction, RNAV, runway 6 approach.
Clear for the RNAV, runway 6 approach, maintain 2,100 till established. United 441. Koza is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I'm wondering if Russ didn't get logged out of the other Xbox app, and that's why. Oh.
United 441, Vineyard Tower 121.4 soon.
121.4 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, sir.
21.4. Vineyard ground is 124.35.
American 5262 was the current ceiling.
I'm sorry, who's that call?
American 5262 was the current cloud ceiling.
American 5662, I have current cloud ceiling. I've reported in the ATIS is overcast at 500.
Thanks.
Vineyard Tower, hello from United 441. About 3 miles from Zasna.
United 441, Vineyard Tower, very good evening. You're number 2, flying a 777 on a 1 mile final. The wind is 050 at 12, gust 23, runway 6 clear to land, crossway turbulence.
6 clear to land, watch out for turbulence after the 777, United 441.
American 5262 going ground.
American 5262, roger, fly runway heading, climb and maintain 2000.
I'm heading 2000, American 5262.
Thank you, Landy, for helping Russ get going. This really sucks for Russ, so I appreciate you helping try and get Russ back in the friendly sim
American
skies.
5262, sorry, overshot. Could we get 3000?
American 52... American 5262, climb maintain 3000.
3000, thank you, 5262.
Okay, there's the beach.
And American 5262 at 3000.
American 5262, contact departure 13375.
13375, see you, American 5262.
Okay, so far so good. A little bit of a breeze here, but at least it cleared off so we can see where we're going. Well, we're a top high airplane. Welcome to Martha's Vineyard. The sounds are really good.
United 441, welcome to the Vineyard. You can exit right when able, contact ground 124.35 tonight.
0.35, United 441, exiting right. Thank you for the fun event. Happy landings from United 441. Vineyard ground, hello there from United 441, just off of runway 6 at, looks like Echo here, or Sierra, on Alpha, heading to the terminal.
United 441 Vineyard Ground, hello, Alpha to Park, cross runway 33.
Alpha to Park, cross 33 for United 441. Thanks. Holy moly, that felt good. Okay, lights. This airplane always wakes you up. It really does. Always get a nice little wake-up call on this one. Strobes going off. And we're cleared across this runway. That looks good. Let's see. We got to put our flaps up here. There goes the flaps. Disarm the reversers. How did the landing go? It was definitely a little bit on the long side for sure. But yeah, so we were a touch long. There's the target. And our landing rate was a minus 248. So, as usual, not great, not terrible. Let's see. Hodag 9000 says your shoulders hurt. Razor's here. Hi, Razor. Welcome aboard. Yeah, definitely a little bit long, wasn't it? CRJ V2. I am this is the V2 update, and we are here in Martha's Vineyard in Flight Sim 2024. You think my brake discs are a little on the hot side right now? There we go. And parking brakes are on. And the APU is available. So let's do ATC off. Engine 1, engine 2. Over to the aircraft, we need shocks in place, ground power, doors. There's no jetway, so passengers just have to walk down the jetway there. Danny's calling it a night. Good night, Danny. Danny VDW, thank you for coming in. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening. But yeah, it could be those brake discs were a little bit on the hot side for that, because I did kind of stomp on them a little bit. So, but this was, I believe, there's a payware and a freeware available for Martha's Vineyard. So we made it. And again, it's just a cute little VATSIM event. You know, perfect for the CRJ. I think that's probably what they fly into this airport, is probably little CRJs coming in here. So not a bad flight on that one. Shall we get ready for Toronto? Is it still okay for Toronto to Halifax, right? Toronto to Halifax. So let's come over here. You know, Russ has been having some trouble getting the sim going. This is going to be an interesting test, because I get completely out of the sim right now, right? Mostache, bonsoir to you. Thank you for coming in today. We'll stretch a little bit and hydrate. Hey, thanks for coming in. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, so here's the deal. Russ cannot log in. So I just completely blew out, okay? So if there is a big problem, I should not be able to start the sim again, correct? So let's see. I'm going to go and turn off the old flight plan, and let's go. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. Here comes 2024. And let's see if I still have the problem, because if I don't have the problem, then it's probably Russ's login on the Xbox app. Martin said the reversers took the brunt of it. Happy dinner time. We'll see you next time. That sounds good. Goulash and home-baked bread. Mary Arbitrary, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Okay, so Russ, I don't think it's your flight simulator. I think it's probably your Xbox login. I know that doesn't help much. Generally, what I'll do is come over here and just start it up with KBOS. It's the Xbox app. And I think you need to go and just start that one and maybe log in and log out of that. But that's probably where you're at right now. I know that I've had that happen a lot in the older flight sim. I did not have that happen in the newer flight sim. Okay, Halifax, landing runway is ILS Zulu or Yankee, runway 23. So 23 to land. Mary Arbitrary got out of a band rehearsal. I'm going to refrain from doing all the band jokes. YYZ. Let's see. Departure is 23 and 24 right.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
And I'm going to take off from the FedEx ramp. So I'm going to be over here. So they're probably going to put me on 23. Slushy just did a resub. Hey, Slushy. Thank you for the resub. Slushy's been here for 9 months. Thank you for a 9-month resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks, Slushy. Mary Arbitrary, your full class uniform. You felt a little bit silly. Yeah, but everybody feels that way in the uniforms when they first get them. And Mustache said also to hydrate again. I know my voice does not sound good. Bonsoir, Slushy, and thank you again for the great resub and helping me to keep the lights on here. Irvy has a scallop dredger. So Irvy's been doing all sorts of boat stuff, but this is not the boat stuff not the boat stuff in the sim. Finally, on the last leg of the Edmonton FIR ATC waitlist. Oh, you think that you're going to probably get to start doing the do the flight training controlling soon, Slushy? Maybe by the end of summer? I know some of those waitlists are really long. Good luck with that. Okay, let's see. CYYZ. CYHC. 10 months. Wow, that is a lot. Okay, we're going to be in a Boeing 777F. And we got the teddy bear. So runway 23 and 23. Boy, that's easy enough. It's VATSIM, but it's Canada. How about 15 minutes of fuel? Generate. Did I do the wrong one here? Did I get the wrong flight number, Bear? Nope, I got the right flight number. It happened once. Oh, hey, save this to my desktop just in case, but you can read all of that from the airplane, which is really pretty cool. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Not Big Snow checking in from South Africa. Welcome aboard. Flight level 330. Okay, we're filed, I hope. Now let's see. All right, I'm going to attempt to do a couple of updates here, and then we'll get going. Not Big Snow, I hope all is well. And that looks good. Let's also do my flight plan. So you can get the whole flight plan packet if you'd like that one. Bonsoir, Bear. Okay, that should do that. Let's see if we can get the 777 to work. I know that there was a post over by from PMDG today that set a few people off. I don't know. I'm kind of happy with the cargo 777 for Boeing flying right now. We've also got a passenger. I know, a little disappointed that the that the 737s aren't out any sooner, but that's okay. CYYZ, Toronto Pearson. Now let's see if there's anybody over at FedEx. Okay, so see how we've got all of these clouds here in this map? This is the map where we go looking around for, you know, where you place yourself on the airport. Somebody said you could turn the clouds off. So I went here to the layers. So you can do airports, heliports, and stuff like that. You can do the sim market stuff. You can do points of interest in cities. You could do live traffic, multiplayer, and friends, and navigation, runways. So it's not this one, not that one doesn't have weather. Over on this side, there's advanced. Okay, maybe advanced is what I need. That took care of it. Maybe that's it. That looks easy. Okay, is anybody at FedEx? Nobody's at FedEx. Maybe that was the clue right there. I just needed to click a few other things, but that gets rid of the annoying maps. Okay, let's start. Good evening, AH Mike. Thanks for coming in. Indeed, even more since it's FNO month for us. That's right. The Friday night ops is going to be in South Africa, isn't it? Are you all ready, or still a few more details? AH Mike, that was I changed your map selection. I changed my map selection, and that seemed to do it for me. Okay, what else do we need to do? I did all of the and there is FedEx land. The weather outside Toronto is a bit frightful today. Not the nicest of weather. So make sure you get the plastic top. Oh, it's raining. And there's a big teddy bear. And there is our airplane. And let's go inside. It's wet here. Let's do flight plan. Got that. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. And the airplane needs a little bit of time to set itself up. Okay. And we're a Boeing 77L, which is also the type of freighter. And there is VATSIM. Yeah, somebody was calling it a bamboo-addicted killer bear. That looks like a happy bear. I don't know why they called it a murder bear, but there you go. Okay, time to come and do airplane things. So come on over here. We'll do ground operations first. I have chocks. I do have ground power. Right? Yep, got ground power. Cool. Ground vehicles. We need stairs. And we need side cargo. And there's stairs and side cargo. So now that we got those in there, back off one more page and go to the EFB now. And request data. And this, I have to do this every time. I don't know why it is. So, you know, Russ can't even log in. I have to go and put in my, Hoppy ACARS and SimBrief ID all the time. So you got to look outside for a second while I put in my password. Hang on a sec. Very annoying. Don't know what to do. I hit save every time and it seems to work. Hoppy A cars. Okay, that's good. Okay, here comes Hoppy A cars. Almost done. Change to Spy Rider. That's just the name. And our ATC network is Hoppy. Weather source, code, theme preference, and save. And that's good. Now come back out of passwords. You get to come inside now. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is our flight. Goes to departure. We'll switch over to Navigraph. And all that looks good. Now, this is the point where I'll stop. Why are people mad at PMDG? Some people are upset. I did not read anything. I don't get it either, USMC vet. I figured, you know what? We've got a really, really nice passenger and cargo 777 right now. I mean, you know, they could take their time with everything else. So, you know, I'm not sure why there's attitude like that. I know some people wanted the 737 sooner rather than later, but I'm sure they'll get over it. Okay, so this looks good. Not Big Snow says FAOR, FACT, FALE, and that's the fact, Jack.
Subscriber confirmed.
Not Big Snows
Top
really
clearance
likes the
granted,
Not
agent.
the fact, Jack.
Loyalty
Joe.
noted.
It never fails. Ah! Dom MGY, Dom T Gaming. Hi, Dom T Gaming. Thank you for coming in. And RHT just did a resub. Hey, RHT. RHT has been here for 53 months. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome, welcome. Did I get something wrong in there, Irby? Thursdays in Toronto on VATSIM.
Subscriber confirmed.
I think we're good.
Top clearance granted,
CJ9
agent.
did a resub.
Loyalty
Hey, CJ9,
noted.
thanks for your resub too. Just another guy. For real. See? There you go. Not Big Snow. We got silly little jokes for all of them now. It says Halifax to Toronto instead of Toronto to Halifax. Oh, okay. We fixed it. Thank you. CJ9, thank you so much. RHT and Slushy did a resub before that. Thanks for the resubs. They've dropped off a little bit. I understand it's summertime. The economy's crazy. Thank you for some great support and really, really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, flight plan looks good there. Let's go stack our charts. Let's stack up the charts here. So, YYZ and airports. Sphinx Music is cheerful. Thank you for the cheers. Oh, 77 cheers for the 777. Thanks, Sphinx Music. Welcome aboard. You hear all of these whiny little sounds out of this airplane when it starts up. It's really pretty cool. There we go. We need to pin that one. We're doing the DDIC 5 departure. So DDIC 5 departure. And we're going to go off of runway 23. Remember to get the right chart. Gotta do that one. You didn't do the command? Let me try. Maybe I can make it work. Let me see if I could do that. Okay. And let me try in 3, 2, 1. There we go. And I think I've got it in the right order now. Okay, there's our departure. Be sure you look for an initial climb clearance. Initial climb. Maintain 5,000 feet unless otherwise assigned. Got it. Coming into Halifax, our arrival is going to be the Fundy 5 arrival. You typed edit title instead of set title. Oh, no need to apologize for that, Irvy. I forget that all the time. Okay, and we're going to go into runway 6. No, runway 23. Runway 23. So that means probably deuter. Do we have a deuter transition up here? No, but it's going to be logpo. Oh, there is a deuter transition. But they need to assign us that, so we need to make sure that we don't make the turn until we know we're clear to do that. Okay, we could do that. We have the arrival. We need an airport. I'm going to guess that one of these is going to be for cargo. Maybe apron 2 is down here for cargo. I don't know. They'll tell us when we get there. All right, now let's go to pinned. Airports. We've got the airports. We have a SID. We have a star. We have an approach. That means we're approachable. Okay. All right. The airplane is now alive here. Let's go into the flight management computer and see if it works today too. FMC. See, now on this airplane, my navigation data is correct, but it wasn't correct in the CRJ. Something is weird. Okay, we are at CYYZ. I don't know what to put for gate, so I'm just going to get a GPS position in the scratch pad. And that GPS is good, and that's going to be as close as we can get. CJ9 is settling into your new life in Texas. It is different than in the UK. We are definitely unbearable here. Well, good luck with that, CJ9. There are several spies that live in Texas too, so some familiar names if you want to reach out. I'm sure there's a few people that'll help you out figuring your way around the Lone Star State. It's big. ACT Jim, you've missed the slot. Oh, it looks really nice there, ATC Jim. Don't worry about that. You could come fly if you feel like flying. Let's set the payload. Payload is set. Clear. Let's set fuel. Fuel is set. Clear. Let's set the route. And that takes a second. And it's requesting the route. Let's see. We've got Toronto approach is 132.8. (132.8) is Toronto approach. Man, that's about it. Okay. Data is ready. Wind data is ready. Performance uplink. And now we'll load it. Hey, Maloney, welcome aboard. Maloney, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in. Apron 2 is indeed cargo. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for letting me know. I wasn't sure. Koza, I think that Tolus is a very good airplane. Fact is, Tolus Airbus is how I learned all about Airbus. Ulba, Talno, Ebony. I think that is our flight, and the airways are good too.
United 9414, descend 6,000.
Activate.
Descend 6,000.
Execute. let's come on down here and do a clearance. Information Mike is aboard. That's the wrong flight plan. I need to copy this in here so if I can read it back. We don't want to talk about the Boston to Martha's Vineyard flight plan. Okay. And we are down at FedEx land. Toronto, very good evening from FedEx 441, 777 down at FedEx land. We do have information Mike aboard requesting clearance out to Halifax.
FedEx 441 Toronto, have a good day. Thank you for Mike. Clear to Halifax via the Dead Key 5 departure. Olaba transition, flight planned route, depart runway 23, squawk 6204.
United 441, clear to Halifax via the Dead Key 5 departure, Olba transition, then flight plan route, expecting runway 23 for departure. Our squawk is 6204 for FedEx 441.
FedEx 441, the readback's correct. Call for taxi.
Call for taxi, FedEx 441, thanks. Okay, we're all good to go. Okay. Bear, did I say the wrong one? Maloney, thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Happy weekend. I know, it's Thursday, but I'm already in the weekend mode. Okay, so departing out of Toronto, it's runway 23. It's the Dead Key 5 departure and Olaba transition out. And pop that in. Index goes back. Arrival, we're expecting ILS runway 23. It's the Fundy 5 arrival. We are coming in via Ebony, and it's Deuter transition, and execute that. That's why I really like to do my charts. If I can stack up my charts and figure out what those transitions are, it just makes entering it into the flight management computer so much nicer. Okay, all that looks good. Let's go to performance init. And we're going to accept the basic performance data. But we're only going to flight level 330, so we have to clean up a little bit of it. Our zero fuel weight should be somewhere around 515.2. And that's pretty good. 515.3, that is accurate. Let's see. No, in Notepad you were, the top two trips. Got it. Yeah, I usually get around to that. A little bit late this time, but, I usually get around to it. Let's get the cabin utility on and the APU ready to go. We're going to go to ground gear. And we're going to release side cargo. Side cargo is released and the big door is closing. Just another, what one is that? Oh, the screen layout for the TOLUS. Okay, let's come on over here. And while the door's closing, we'll do performance. Runway 23 for departure. Import the weight. The weight looks good. Import the weather. The weather looks good. 2987 in the altimeter. 2987 in the altimeter. We're going to derate -2 with 48 degrees. -2 and 48 degrees. We're going to use up a lot of runway. Hi, Alex. Welcome aboard. Probably going to call it a night when we get there. This is a little bit longer, though. So we've got a little bit more flying to do on this. Good evening, Alex. Thanks for coming in. It's about 2 hours and 10 minutes gate to gate out to Halifax. Okay, so -2. Flaps are going to be 5. Flaps are 5. Tomorrow you're going to need your rest, of course, because we're doing Frankfurt Friday. 26.69, so that's going to be 26.7. And that's good. V speeds to take off. 158, 159, 160. 158, 159, 160, 160 up here. That looks good. And on charts, we already discovered that we have an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. That's good. And the runway that we're departing from is runway 23. And runway 23 says 237 degrees. Almost time to go. 237. Cool. We did get a squawk code. It's 6204. 6204. 6204. Looks good. Altimeters is set. The altimeter is set. Speed, heading, altitude. Flight directors can go on. Cabin crew is done. The ground crew, so we can go close our doors. So I'm going to release the stairs and close our 1L door. That looks good too. APU is up and running. I'm going to disconnect that one ground power over there. Let's get our hydraulics going. And I'm just going to do my fuel pumps now so I don't forget. And everything's good to go there. Door management. Arm doors for departure. Good. Ground connections. We do have ground power disconnected, so we can pull ground power. Do we have parking brakes on? No, got to do those. Squibbly is checking in from arrivals. Hi, Squibbly. On our way, we've got your big supply of Timbits and pizza from Toronto. Chalks are gone. Done with that page. All of this looks good. That looks good. Let's get pushback helper and get out of here. All right, let's do tug. Here comes the tug. Clear it. We'll push and start. We push and start ourselves and then call for taxi, right? Let's go ahead and do transponder. I'm going to do supernumerary signs. And we're going to do the beacon. And I'm going to be a good pilot. And I'm going to do my checklists because I'll forget. Oxygen, flight, instruments, heading, and altimeter are set. Those are good. Let's go and do the next one. Before takeoff, before start, supernumerary signs. That's what they call them. Big word. I'm surprised they have not acronymized them. Turned it into an acronym yet. Mode control panel. V2 heading and track and altitude are set. V speeds are set. Rotate at 159. CDU pre-flight is done. The trim is not set. It's supposed to be 5.0. And that's going to be over here. There's 4, 450, 75, 5. Make sure it stays there. Sometimes it keeps going. Sup num signs. Irvi, yes, something like that. I'm surprised that they've left a word like supernumerary in there. The acronym people have got to be. So we really messed that one up, didn't we? Okay, let's go to engines. Everything looks good there. I think it's time to go. We ready? Parking brakes are off. And away we go, as Jackie Gleason used to say. Since X-Plane, Koza no longer needs dual boot. I had Windows prepared, but that was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. What do you say we start engine number 1? Starting 1. And as usual, Pushback helper goes only halfway. Oh well. Pushback helper has been locking up for Foggy Canadian. Right now it's not locking up for me, but it's just going and basically stopping halfway through and disconnecting itself and driving away. And if it's on a slope, Foggy Canadian, the airplane just keeps rolling backwards. Doesn't stop. You got to stop yourself with your brakes or else you're in big trouble. Good start on engine number 1, it looks like. Starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. And out we go. Very, very big engines. To give you an idea of how big this airplane is, that engine is the same size as a 737 fuselage. That's how big that engine is. Totally amazing. Irvi had GSX turn your plane 180 degrees on the spot once in a VATSIM event. And it left you, yeah. But then again, at least it's nice because the ATC understands that GSX and pushback helper, they get freaky sometimes. Okay, APU can go off. APU's gonna go off. Flaps 5. Brakes RTO. Cancel recall. The only thing we have is a TCAS error. Anti-ice. Recall. Auto brakes are set. We'll do flight controls. Ground gear is clear. That looks really good. Let's do flight controls. Here comes flight controls. Rudder all the way to the right. All the way to the left. Looks good. Elevators all the way forward. Elevators are forward. All the way back. Ailerons all the way left. All the way right. Looks good. I think we're ready to go. Let's turn the radio back on. Takeoff checklist is good. So we're good with takeoff checklist. We'll do engines and taxi light and parking brake. And let's see what happens. Gonna need a little power to get this thing rolling.
Toronto, Robert, good evening, Americana 413, descend 11,000.
46.0 is minimum takeoff fuel. I'm at 51.2. We're doing great in terms of fuel. Hit the YYZ ATIS button again. Information Papa is current. Altimeter is now 2987.
Canada 413, you're identified 10,000 descending. Information Papa is current. Expect runway 24 right. The altimeter 2987, descend 8,000.
And this is the line.
2987 down 8,000.
So we can taxi here. So we can taxi right up to here. Okay, this looks good. We are holding short of taxiway Juliet. We're at Juliet Echo. Toronto, FedEx 441 is holding short at Juliet Echo. Papa is now aboard, requesting taxi.
FedEx 441, I'll be with you in just a second.
Toronto, good evening. We'll send the 5 ready check.
You haven't had the Codal crash in a while?
I was just getting back to you in the text, but I hear you 5x5 now. How do you read?
I don't have the crash. It just seizes control of the system.
Penta 5-3 Mike.
It takes control
should be runway
away
23
from,
for you. Information Papa is current. The altimeter is
it makes
2987.
like flight
Descend
sim
5,000.
background.
Roger, descend 5,000, ultimate 2987, 125 right, runway 23.
Canada 413, descend 6,000.
6,000, Canada 413.
FedEx 441, runway 23, the altimeter is 2987. Taxi via Juliet, cross runway 15 right and 15 left.
2987 on the altimeter. Go to runway 23 on Juliet, clear to cross 15 right and left. FedEx 441. I know, I heard there was a big update today, Foggy Canadian. Have you tried it? Have you given it a shot yet? Just another says something was a mistake. Okay, here we go. Halifax, here we come. Let's see, Jamaican Runner.
Canada 413, reduce speed
This is a
210.
payware, yes. It's a money plane. It is a good one. It's the PMDG 777. So if you're looking for a good solid payware, this has got all sorts of good stuff in it. That's right, you could also do a super long haul in this, can't you?
Air Canada 167, we're ready to taxi runway 248.
And we're clear
Canada
to cross
167, runway
15
24 right,
left
the altimeter
and
is
right.
2987, taxi via Bravo Charlie.
Bravo Charlie 248 for Air Canada 167.
The Panda's a very cute deal on the side of the airplane. Absolutely is.
Asiana 96 kilo, descend 6,000.
6,000, Asiana 96 kilo.
And we're doing pretty good. I was watching
Subscriber
really
confirmed.
CJ9
Granted, Agent.
just gifted a sub. Hey
Heading to
CJ9, thanks for doing that. Those have kind of dropped off a little bit. Thank you for keeping it going. I appreciate it. Thanks CJ9. It's summertime. The economy's crazy, so thanks for hanging in there with me. All right, but yeah.
Canada 413, descend 5,000.
5,000 for the seat.
It was a great little flight, Francis. And I think that the VATSIM event is still up.
Air Canada 413, proceed direct Ebdal. Descend now 4,000.
It was, that's right. It was a 777. Okay, let's see. Off the runway, it's going to be runway heading, so VNAV and heading
Echo
hold
Bravo Delta
off the
Alpha
runway.
Lima, descend 4,000.
Direct at down 4,000, Canada 413.
And we're looking pretty good there. Let's just go over to the SID page now. Just Another got that sub. Hey, glad you got that one. And we're coming in and we're going to pick it up at either Savior or CKIT. And this is all looking good. Almost time to depart. Checklists are complete. We're ready to go. Hey, at least it looks like they figured. You remember how you could always see somebody else on VATSIM that was using GSX because the airplane was pushing back on its tail?
Is that better?
I mean, it wasn't bouncing around or anything,
yes,
but it
Speedbird
really
362,
was
that's you?
hilarious.
Speedbird
Okay, here's
Speedbird
15 left. We can
362,
cross this one. Star
confirm
Rocks
it's
is
clear,
back. Hi,
Boston.
Star Rocks. Welcome back.
Affirm.
Thanks for coming in. We're just
Speedbird
getting ready to go.
362, you're cleared to the Boston Logan Airport via the Kepta 3 departure, bump at transition. Flight plan route, start runway 24 right, plus 14.
The old days of GSX when it looked really
incoming.
weird.
More agents joining the
Night
sky
Wolf
flight.
is back with a nice resub. Hey, Night Wolf. Captain Norris, it's the Panda plane. Yes. Night Wolf, thank you for a nice raid. Hi, Night Wolf. Thank you for coming in.
4,000.
Yep, we got the Panda plane today.
And speed for 362, the squawk is 1422.
Squawk will be 1422 and departing on the 643.
Let's go ahead and get Tara going here because this could get quick. Can the ATR from 220? Somebody said that they did finally update the ATR, or they were about to, and we're really close, or it's already there. I haven't tried it yet, but that's a fun little airplane too. Night Wolf, I actually am really enjoying the freighter ops too. I'm actually enjoying the freighter ops too. All ready to go. Irvi says that the ATR is working for Irvi, but Irvi is using Sim Update 3 Beta. I haven't heard that there was going to be another update, but I welcome them doing another update on the CRJ. Cybec says it's been working good for months. Great. Thank you, Cybec. Oh. PMDG 777 ASMR. 3 clicks for luck. There we go. 3 clicks of the pens for luck. And Lily Sims says that the ATR is working fine for Lily Sims in Sim Update 2. We probably ought to give that airplane a little spin and see how it's going. Minimum takeoff fuel. 46.0 is minimum takeoff fuel.
Depart runway 24 right, squawk 4767.
Our fuel is at 50.6. We're in great shape. We could sit here for a week.
Asiana 96 kilo, turn right, heading 210, intersect through the ILS runway 23 approach.
210, could I clear the intercept of the ILS runway 23 approach? Asiana 96 kilo.
Wind appears to be howling down the
FedEx
runway.
441, you ready for immediate departure?
Added FedEx 441, ready to go.
FedEx 441, call me airborne, Toronto winds 2709 knots, clear for takeoff runway 23, traffic on a 6.5 mile final.
Traffic on a 6 mile final, cleared for immediate takeoff. We'll call you airborne. FedEx 441. Strobes.
JetBlue 462, communicate clearance.
JetBlue 462, Toronto, how do you read?
JetBlue 462, can you repeat clearance?
Engines are stable. Auto thrust.
Airport via the Kepta 3 departure.
Clock.
Bump up transition.
Flying time.
Route. Depart runway 24 right, squawk 4767.
Can you repeat the squawk for
100 knots. Although I think Boeing, you can do a call at 80 knots. V1, go.
V1.
Rotate.
JetBlue 462, departure, departure runway 24 right, squawk 476.
Positive gray
Canada
gear.
413, Toronto winds 2709 knots, clear to land runway 24 right.
Clear to land 24 right, Canada 413.
Kansas 53, Mike, Toronto winds 2709 knots, clear to land runway 23.
23, clear to land.
And there's our turn.
JetBlue 462, clear to Boston.
AP as quick as I can,
Departure.
because we're busy.
4 right and squawk 4767.
JetBlue 462, readback's correct, push and start your discretion, call for taxi.
And flaps
FedEx 441, stay altitude.
FedEx 441 passing 2,500 for 5.
FedEx 441, thank you. Identified climb 7,000.
7,000 now for FedEx 441.
Asiana 96 kilo, your
Flaps up.
6,000 trail, A350. He's on a half-mile final, runway 23. The Toronto wind's 270 at 9 knots.
After takeoff checklists. Flaps going up.
We're Canada 167, line up for next 4 right arriving traffic.
Line up 24 right, we're in the traffic.
FedEx 441, turn left, direct Saver on course, climb 230.
Flight level 230, left turn, direct Saver on course for FedEx 441.
That's a 5-3, Mike. Welcome to Toronto. Are you parking at the north side or down in the cargo?
We got north side.
That's a 5-3, Mike. Keep it rolling. Traffic behind you.
Hey, Dusty, welcome
right
aboard.
to the
While
exit.
your Phoenix starts on the ground, are you at a gate or are you starting on a runway? Did you choose a proper departure gate? One of the other things you could do after takeoff checklist is complete. The other thing you could do is go into the Phoenix iPad, into the EFB, and you can change your startup may be wrong too. You know how or you can do the startup state, cold and dark, engines on, ready for takeoff, that kind of deal. That might be part of the problem.
Alpha Kilo, runway 23 right, back and foot.
Rouge 1812, line up runway 24 right, departing traffic.
Running up 24 right, stay on the departing there, Rouge 1812.
There's a 5-3 Mike, taxi
Okay.
Delta there to the FedEx.
I need direct to legs, Savior, and execute, and LNAV. Okay, we got it. Hi, Mariners fan. Welcome aboard. A Golden Grill. Just need to get the voice going again.
Never mind, I already gave you the landing clearance policy stuff.
And there we go. Looks good. And 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Taxi light. Everything else is good up here. There's Savior 250. There's our speed up. Over to VNAV. And a very nice departure in our big 777. How about that? Not so bad.
Canada 167, you're identified.
All right, Halifax, here we come. Should be a decent flight time on this one. Should be a decent flight time here.
Again, a 96 kilo, roll it down to the end, exit left when able.
Koza, we are doing Frankfurt to Riga as our first flight. Amagarosa, not quite there yet, but getting closer. Welcome aboard, Amagarosa. Thanks for coming in. Nightwolf, yeah, this airplane is a lot of fun. I've been enjoying the 777 a lot. I think if I had to do, could start a career, if I was about 100 years younger, I would want to fly cargo.
Canada 167, turn left direct Saver on course, climb for level 230.
1800 Koza. 1800. We're departing early. Here you go, CJ. Here is a permit for you. Sunjammer, are you going to call it a night? Hey, thank you for coming on in today. All is great here. Hope it's good for you. Thank you for coming by. Hope your flights are good and all is well up Jammerland.
You got it.
Rouge 1812, passing 1500.
Rouge 1812, you're identified, climb 7,000.
Climbing 7,000, Rouge 1812.
There you go.
441, contact Toronto Center 125.77, good day.
125.77 for FedEx 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. I need to dress as a Canadian Mountie. I don't know. Maybe it would be easier for me to just put together a Terrence and Phillip costume or something like that. Toronto, good evening from FedEx 441, passing 16,000 for flight level 230, direct dead key.
FedEx 441 Heavy, Toronto Center, good evening, flying for level 330.
Continue on up, flight level 330, FedEx 441. Haxon Bayer, there was for a while. The economy is kind of scary right now. It's a little scary on Twitch and YouTube and stuff right now. So right now we're just going to fly along with what we've got, and maybe if things settle down the road, we will. Mariners fan doesn't know about Terrence and Phillip. Oh my gosh. They're like rock stars in Canada, Mariners fan. At least in Canada if you're watching South Park. Yeah, just now's the time to stay the course, you know, file your flight plan and stick with it. Irvy's got a new PC. Irvy, if I were to do new parts, you know, right now it works fine. I don't think that I could. I don't think that I could live stream and play DCS World right now. That's just a little bit too much for the sim. But Flight Simulator and maybe some of the other games we're talking about will be fun for a while. But right now, yeah, I think it's just stay the course, keep your head down, save a little bit when you can. Okay, this looks like we're clear of our departure. And let's go ahead and make the map big. And out we go. The NVIDIA is, I believe, 3030 or 3040. One of those two, I believe. One of those two. I think I've got all the RAM that Stormy can take. I think I got the full. I think Stormy's rammed out. I mean, maybe you could cram some more sheep in there, but I think the RAM is pretty much done. Okay, 690 miles to Toronto. Yeah, Haxon Bear, I think that my CPU is, but to upgrade the CPU, that's a whole new motherboard. That's going to be a new power supply, all sorts of stuff. And those are kind of things that are a little bit above my head right now. So, like I said, you know, just kind of, it's a little bit of a bottleneck, but we're doing okay. Stormy's doing good. The live stream's working, so I'm going to try not to fix what isn't broken while everything else is broken. SRQ is here. Hi, SRQ. Welcome aboard. Irvy's got a motherboard and a Core i9. That's an interest. Thanks for saying so, Irvy. CJ9, you had a little bit of a meltdown today. Well, hey, no reason to have meltdowns here. This is a place where you get to chill. You get to chill and relax here. Okay, all of this is looking good.
Eric Canada 167 Toronto Center with you.
You could cook eggs on an i9. You realize that if I could actually do that, I would very probably start shelling out some egg jokes there. I know that would just scramble everything.
Hello, you should have been assigned flight level 230 for climbing Alpha level 310.
Climbing 310, Air Canada 167.
there would also be an existential conversation. And when it comes to things like that, some people can be rather egg-centric. So there you go. You've got a custom water cooler going.
Rouge 1812 for hire, contact Cleveland Center, 11987. Good night.
119.87, have a good one. See ya.
Nice fluffy clouds today. Looking good there. Let's see what is ahead here in the exciting world of VATSIM. Tomorrow, be ready. We're departing. We've got a double VATSIM event tomorrow. Double VATSIM tomorrow. We're doing Frankfurt Friday and Riga Friday. I use 3 monitors. They're just 27-inch Acer monitors that I got back when Best Buy was a thing. They're all 3 the same. They work great. Okay, we're right over here. There's Halifax over there. My guess is we're going to be talking to Boston Center. So we'll probably talk to a little bit of Boston here. You were trying to type out FS to crew? Just another says music. I think the music's run out. Thank you. Yeah, I think it has. A little bit of jazz to make the rest of the flight go nice. Probably taking one of the Air Berlin Airbuses for Frankfurt Friday. If you're wondering, the airplane is estimating that we're going to be landing. We've got 654 miles to go, DTG, distance to go. And we're going to be landing. Our ETA is 0052 Zulu. Oh my gosh. 0052 Zulu. Is it really 90 minutes of flying? Really? Did we just get set up for a 90-minute flight? I guess we did. Wow. I should take a look at the miles. Finally, Soldier AMD. Electric Dreams likes the music, I'm guessing. It's 23:21. The airplane says we're landing at 0052. That's an hour and a half. Really? 646, it's not 700 miles. Okay. Well, hey. You could do that. Espresso Kate, how's it? I know we're going the wrong way. We should have gone over to Edmonton. Hi, Espresso Kate. Welcome aboard. Actually, there was a VATSIM event. I think it was it was over the weekend that I think that we all went to. I think it was Edmonton. Water cooling is needed if you don't want to bake eggs. But it will keep your coffee hot, right? It will keep your coffee. That's right. Scotty, get those squirrels up in the engine room running faster and faster. See, I didn't need to go and buy an Ember mug. Actually, I should have just bought a better processor that would have kept the coffee hot. CJ9, we're going to be VATSIMing Frankfurt to Riga tomorrow. That's right. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, since we don't really use CD-ROMs anymore, the little CD-ROM can be your cup holder, your computer cup holder. Irvy has hamsters on treadmills that keep your water cooler flowing. Got to do something like that. Sure got quiet in Toronto. It's Toronto Thursday. How come it's so quiet? Tim J, do we have enough fuel? I've got 21,000 pounds of fuel when we land.
Canada 212, Toronto Center, good evening, Scott Cadet.
The flight plan said 15.6. We're going to have 21.
Canada 212, identified by level 380, welcome aboard.
Don't waste a CD-ROM as a cheap in-cockpit disco ball. By the way, the briefing on SimBrief is for Mach Paint, so we can accelerate to Mach 0.84. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's see. VNav, cruise. So we're, Econ is 8.1. So we can go to 0.84.
Identified for level 430, welcome aboard, Toronto Permission Romeo.
So we're going to kick it up to warp factor 8.4. ATC gem. Oh, I got to go and find the link to that again. That's deep in my notes here.
Toronto Center, Air Canada 821, heavy split level 380.
Air Canada 821, heavy, Toronto Center, good evening, Scott Cadet.
Ident, Air Canada 821, heavy.
Okay, I know it's in here, so I've got to go and clean some of this out.
Canada 821 identified for level 380, welcome aboard. Toronto Formation Romeo, when ready, descend for level 240.
When ready, down to 240, and we have Romeo Air Canada 821.
I believe this is what you're asking about, is the current tiller that I'm using. I'm going to put a link in for you. So this is the tiller wheel that I'm using. Wow, that's a big long link. Now, the thing about this is this one's in demand. It really is. So basically, and the guy that does this basically works 1 week at a time and can only print a certain number of these.
So it's on the 494 report, the current Mach number and transition speed in the descent.
Mach is decimal 85 and transition speed is 310 knots.
Yeah, it is a 3D printed chiller. Okay, I'll save that there. Okay, there's Mach 0.84. Let me guess, we probably bought ourselves back, what, another about 2 minutes? Let's see what it says. Progress. Hey, we bought ourselves 2 minutes by kicking it up to Mach 0.84. And fuel's about the same. Fuel's about the same. CJ9, you should feel 100% better. Okay, this goes over here.
Air Canada 212, stay again, airspeed in transition.
Airspeed in transition.
Air Canada 212, roger, speed, Mach decimal 76 or less. FedEx 441, leave my airspace, Montreal Center offline. Surveillance services terminate, change over, reconnect.
122.8 for FedEx 441, thank you.
Air Canada 821.
Okay. Be sure and step down. Got 4 nice seats back here. All sorts of leg room. Not much in-flight entertainment, though. And I guess you can't really book a window seat on this, can you? Bear wants to do a link. Stow largest and secure footbar. Low stir leg rest and footbar. No stowage under seat. Life vest under center armrest. Hey, Captain Chris, welcome on in. Okay, this looks good. So nothing to worry about in there. I'm surprised. I figured they would have handed us off to Cleveland. Bear says there's an animated animated backgrounds. Oh, that's nice. A 19 by 20, 1920 by 1800 seamless loop to make it look like you're in Paris. That would be nice. Okay, so I figured we were going to be going, it looks like we're going to go into probably Boston Center. Captain Chris, the big bird today is the 777. We took the CRJ into Martha's Vineyard earlier, and that worked out really, really good. It was a nice flight. So looks like we'll go to Boston Center. As we go all across Boston airspace, we must have. So I guess our ground speed's 569 knots. So even though we've got a crosswind, we're still going over the ground really good. But $558 miles to go. Still landing at 0047 Zulu. Absolutely. You know what, CJ9? Don't be. They'll think whatever they want. Trust me. Been there so many times. You just don't worry about that. Worry about your friends. And you. And if they're real friends, you're not going to have anything to worry about anyway. But thank you for saying that, Koza. Okay, this all looks good. Altimeters are good. Nothing really to work on here. Let's go and set up the comms for Halifax. ATIS request. And Halifax is CYHZ. CYHZ. Put that in the box over here. It's going to be VATSIM ATIS. We want auto updates and send it. This is really amazing that you can do this kind of thing. And that's good. So we'll exit out of there and wait for an ATIS to come in. And everything's clear here. And reset the heading bug straight up with the course. And we still got about 560, almost 570 knots over the ground. Now Halifax, CY. Halifax isn't showing up here in this list, but it will show up the next time they do an update in the ATIS down here. Ah, did you hear the little chair? The little, not the chair, the chime. Not a chair. So new messages. And now we have our ATIS. Winds are 240 at 15, gusting to 20. My guess is it's not going to be one of those butter landings here. 15 miles visibility, a few clouds of 4,500, 18 degrees, 2990. Approach RNAV Zulu or Yankee, ILS or visual, runway 23. Inform arrival of requested approach on initial contact. Landing and departing runway 23. It's dry. And then over here, the bar says there's a second page, and it's not that long. So now we got the latest information. We have very cool people here, Shaker. No, it's Sheerthaker. Did I say that right? No, there's very cool people here in the spy flight. Okay, that looks good. We're good to go there. Okay, got it right for once. How about that? And our FedEx Panda plane is just going at warp factor 10. I don't know. I think maybe Boston might be ignoring us here in the corner. I think Boston's going to ignore us for a while. Okay, this looks good too. 856 people. A cargo, no, we've got Timbits and band equipment for the Terrence and Phillip concert out in Halifax today. CRJ is moving from the UK to the, oh, moving was hard. Your wife wanted to make the move, CJ9? Well, you know, there's a lot of scary things. My former career, that's what you did. You did a lot of moving. And that was just the way it was. And it was hard the first few times, but afterwards it's sort of like, okay, you know what? I'll meet some new friends. There's going to be cool new places to eat. There'll be some crappy places to eat. And boy, there really were a few of them out there. There will be interesting places to eat. You know, the tea room in Virginia was one of those, you know, interesting places. So, I mean, that just kind of happens like that. Change can be definitely hard for sure. I think we just had a little bit of a wind change there while we were bumping along there. The wind is now more of a tailwind, 572 knots over the ground. That's nice. CJ9 likes Texas, but the size of the food is just wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's places that you can go that are going to feed you far more than you should ever eat in 1 year. In 1 week. Big food. Then again, Sunjammers has that picture of the, you know, traditional UK breakfast, which is like monster size too, so. But generally things are bigger in Texas, including the mosquitoes, so watch out for those. they're pretty big and pretty nasty for sure. Well, I definitely think we're not going to talk to Boston on this one. Looks like Halifax went to bed. So just coming over, yep, I think they called it a day. Probably a little late. They've got weekend plans. Looks like Chicago is up, Denver's up, Atlanta. Somebody's doing ground at Pensacola tonight. Saskatoon is up. You don't usually see anybody doing ATC in Saskatoon. I wonder if they have good tunes there. Winnipeg is up and running, doing pretty good. So there's all sorts. Well, yeah, we're definitely going in the wrong direction here. Or just make an Arnold Palmer. Take your lemonade, put it into some tea, and make a nice Arnold Palmer or something. Let's see, anything going on in South America here? Some airplanes. And Europe has pretty much gone to bed. Ground Tower in Adis is still up in Stockholm, though. Somebody's staying up. Looks like somebody's up at Gatwick. Oh, looks like DC is up, too. I think we just got another updated ATIS. This one, okay, we just got a new ATIS because the old ATIS went offline. So that PMDG generated a generic ATIS for us, which just basically gives us weather. We can still do the same arrival, even though ATC called it. Atlas System visited Texas in the middle of winter. Yeah, there's few people in Texas that'll tell you it gets a little warm in the summertime. Koza has got to go out and clean cameras and spiders. Oh, you got spiders or... Oh, okay. Wildlife has been detected on your camera. We've got a definite tailwind. Can you imagine how long this flight would be if we... Right now, 579 knots over the ground. If we had a headwind... 451 miles to go. Just Another wants to know if that's the EFHK security. You felt sorry for a raccoon last night who tried to upset the bees? Uh-oh. Oh, AI is in the camera. So 80 miles to Tuxall. Top of descent is 312 miles. And we should be doing that in 20 minutes. Or no, 20 after the hour. We could do fixes. We could do fixes. It's easier to do fixes in the Boeing than it is the Airbus. So we'll come over here. We'll go to the airport, and we're done with Toronto. So we'll get rid of those. Okay. So right now, we're going to land on runway 23. Okay, so the reciprocal for 23 is runway 53. Okay, so fix. Halifax is CYHC. CYHC. Okay, so the bearing again is going to be 053 degrees. And I want a 5-mile range ring around the airport. That's going to be my center line and the 5-mile ring. Now do slash and 10. And that's my 10-mile ring. And then slash and 25. And there's 25 miles. All that's good. And then if you look over here, it's kind of a big old mess. But you can see the range rings and the extended line here. That's going to be my... the extended center lines up here. So that's we got those all set up. Well, I think there's crazy people everywhere for sure. But there are some places where there are people that are even crazier. So it's important to know where to be safe. That's why, always kind of wrap up the live stream, stay healthy and stay safe.
Subscriber
The
confirmed.
Doghouse has just
Top
done a
clearance
really
granted,
nice
agent.
resub. Hey,
Loyalty
Doghouse Live.
noted.
Doghouse Live has been here for 27 months. Thank you for coming in today, Doghouse Live. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at SpyHQ. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. We're over Canada. We're slowly making our way to Halifax. Good thing we're not going across the pond today. I mean, the weather would be great for across the pond, but it's kind of nice that we're not doing that one. When you set your trim, you can click the flight control button and it will show you the stabilizer box. That's right. So there's two places, Razor, that I can do that. One of them is down here. And basically each one of these, so there's basically between 4 and then there's 450 and 5. There's also 2 intermediate stops, so you could do 425 and 475, but it's hard to see. So what Razor says to do is come over, hit the FCTL flight control button, and then if you look in flight controls, you can see that the stabilizer trim is right there, and that gives you the exact setting that you're probably going to need. So did I explain that right, Razor? I decided I would take a stab at it. Okay. There you go. That was good, right? Stabilizer? No? Okay. Let's see. What else can we do? Let's come over here. And we'll just go and turn off flight controls. No, Atlas Systems says yellow cards are on the field now. Rafa, yes, you arrived just in time. That was it. Okay. So there's 2 ways. If I'm in a hurry, I'll set stabilizer trim down there. Down here, but the best way, like Razor says, is to use the flight controls button. Actually, Irby, that wasn't Minty that did that. That was Starflies that did the punny line. Minty had a good one too, but I could never get her to record one. Obviously my voice is going, so I'm kind of relying a little bit on some musical interludes right now. Just a little bit of music. Yeah, Mint was really cool. I know that Mint got a new job, and you know, live streaming can be a little bit, it can intrude in the real world a lot. But definitely she, you know, one of the cool ones for sure. Really awesome people to get to enjoy some time with. Miles to go. Other buttons that we could check. So I just hit the start button there. We've also got electric, hydraulic, fuel, air. The gear, we can see if we have hot brakes and stuff, I think. So inside, that's the pressure in the tire, and I'm guessing brakes is on the outside, since this is the nose wheel, and there isn't brakes on that one. So my guess that's going to be brake temperature outside like that. So both of the doors up front have slides on them. So there's slides on entry 1 and entry 1 right and left. And that A has got to be armed. So these are going to be cargo. There's main deck, and then we've got forward and aft. So you can still put cargo underneath the airplane too. Here is our little turn here at Toxol. So that's really nice to have. Electrical, hydraulic, those all look pretty good. Fuel, we don't have anything in the center tanks. We're at 32.4, 32,000 pounds. And the airplane, I think that the airplane, this one automatically balances out your fuel. So we're at 16.1, 16.2. The older airplanes, I think like the 757, you got to balance out your own. You have to balance out your own fuel. So electric, hydraulic, fuel, air. There's going to be pressurization. So temperatures. And we've also got a little pressurization that pops up in the bottom here too. That's kind of nice. We do have chemtrails, I think, today. Yeah, we're not doing a good job of covering our tracks today. Atlas Systems says that if everything goes according to plan, Rocket Lab will be launching today. CJ, you didn't miss anything. We've been looking at a couple of things let's see. We call it the ECAM in an Airbus. I guess it's ECAS in Boeing. I should know that from the 757. But we've been looking over here at the Boeing version of the ECAS. That's right. Thanks, Tim J. EDDF, EVRA. Oh, the valid routes are all set. So we're going Frankfurt to Riga. That's right. It's ECAS in a Boeing and ECAM in an Airbus. And our heading button needs to be clicked over just a few. Man, we got a tailwind right there. Everything's nice over here. No Atlas says that Electron launches. I used to have a really nice little application that gave me launches and stuff. The most direct routes to go through Russian airspace, but European airlines have to make the small oh, they have to make a huge detour. They have to make that huge detour. And we were talking, I think it was last week, Finnair has really had to make some big, because Finnair offered some service to Asia. And they've had to make some pretty big detours for those popular flights. Frankfurt to Riga is going to be not okay. So let's see. Our first flight for tomorrow. The first way to go and look. Electron is Rocket Lab. It's a small rocket that launches next on June 3rd. Okay, so EDDF, Frankfurt, Riga, EVRA, right? Yep, there we go. Good morning, Noodles. Noodles is finishing up a 13-hour flight in the A359. Welcome in. So this is our flight for tomorrow. This is just straight as the crow flies, no special routing or anything like that. Tim J says, let's put this route in here. So just put this in the box, and that's the route that they say that we need to take. So it went up from 600 to about 700 miles. So there's a little bit of twisting and turning that we have to do for our flight into Riga. All right, CJ9, thank you for coming in today. Enjoy your time. I hope you have a really good evening and a nice big full, good tasty food tonight. We'll see you next time. Tim J says the big 110 nautical mile direct is just above the border of Kaliningrad airspace. Take care, CJ9. Have a nice dinner with family. We seem to be gaining a couple of minutes here. I'm guessing that ground speed is probably kicking us out. That tailwind that we've got is pushing us along fairly nice here. Okay, over here. So we're over here in Boston airspace. My guess is Boston's ignoring us right now because there's nothing in Halifax. We're all by ourselves. So that's why we haven't been beeped. That's just fine. We don't have to have it. We're going to get more than enough ATC. More than enough ATC tomorrow. And I was just trying to call up the flight plan for tomorrow. There it is. So first flight is Frankfurt to Riga, and we're departing an hour early, remember. So we're departing an hour early, 1800 Zulu. There's no scheduled flight for our second flight. The second one is going to be a little bit longer, so we'll see. And then we've got a flight, the Rivers and Ranges Friday night ops. It's in Seattle, so we don't have a flight, for departure or arrival, so I don't know where we want to go. We could fly in from Canada. We could fly in from Sim Caesar's favorite airport, Kalispell Airport. So we could do that as if we wanted to. So that's kind of what we've got for flights tomorrow. And we're not doing the whole week out anymore. We're just doing a little bit here and there. So a little, 2 or 3 days out. That way we can make some changes if we want to. I'm on the wrong side. Okay, there we go. Let's see. When Atlas System was in Longview, Washington, you went to the doctor down in Tacoma, and there was a good bar and restaurant called Crave Grill near the doctor's office. It's nice. It's still light out. It's not, and it hasn't gotten really dark yet. That's very, very nice. Sun's on, and the sun isn't even close to the horizon yet. It'll get dark fast, but hopefully we can squeak on in and enjoy the arrival. Top of descents, 141 nautical miles. We've already got our charts all set, so we're looking pretty good there. We're going to have to do our own descent. Our own descent is the Fundy 5 arrival. They've even, Atlas Systems says there's some new scenery for Seattle, and they modeled the light rail station. So 5,000 feet at Logpo. So there's a new scenery for Seattle, huh? Well, the best way to check that is to come over here and use a website here. You'd like to do Frankfurt to Paris for the next flight? So let's come over and do that. SeaTac. There's a field there. Boeing guy says the MK Studios is the new one. There's VA Systems for SeaTac. Here's the MK Studios that you're talking about, right? So you could get it at Contrail. Mountain Man says we want this one over here from MK Studios. It's about a $20 US scenery. That looks pretty good there. Flying Eli just arrived. Hi, Flying Eli. Irby can't stay up. Hey, when you gotta go, you gotta have a nice evening, Irby. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening. The Fremont Troll statue. They did a pretty good job on this. Oh, there's that big terminal. They did nice there. That looks good. Wow, look at the approaches to the runways. They did a very nice job on those things with the approach lights that they've done. So for tomorrow's Friday night ops, we probably ought to get this. This should be a nice scenery for tomorrow. And is this the light rail that you were talking about? So this was the light rail off to the right side here. Oh, I know what you were saying, Captain Chris. You wanted to go back for Frankfurt and go out to Paris? Looks like they finally did a good job of modeling cargo. There's the Alaska Airlines hangar. Wow, that's pretty well done. That's really pretty well done. I guess that's a big water pond out there. That's where they drain all the coffee grounds from Starbucks. Oh, they also did a good job on the air side, on ground side too. They did the end gates very well, Atlas Systems, so they did a good job on the end gates on this one. Oh, wow, they did the control tower. Looks like they did a nice job on the control tower. So this looks like it's going to be kind of an, oh, they ever did anything. There's the Indian kitchen. Okay, where's the Empire? They did a nice job on the Alaska. There's the Alpha side. Oh, that's got to be that light rail that you were talking about going into the airport. Alaska Air Cargo. So they did a pretty good one. So this is over at Contrail. So you could pick it up at Contrail or several other places. It looks like all the prices are about the same. So AnyBuilds has it for $20.85. Marketplace has it. Orbix has it, and SimMark has it. SimMarket has it for a few cents. I think Contrail is a great place if you can go and pick up stuff at Contrail. It's just a lot easier to get things updated. So that's not a bad deal for, and it's probably a good idea to have a good SeaTac for Friday Night Ops. I'm not entirely sure what all is going on. Let's look at VATUSA. Okay, let's see. Memphis. This is going to be Rivers and Ranges Friday Night Ops. This is tomorrow. Boise, GTF, MSO, PDX, and SeaTac. So 2300 Zulu to 3 o'clock Zulu. Standard time for that. So we could fly into or out of SeaTac or something like that. Did they model the tram line? Atlas System, was it you or somebody was saying that the one, this one, the MK Studios did model the light rail. Somebody was saying that they did the light rail, and I think I saw some pictures of that in there. And MK Studios also makes a really good scenery too, I've noticed. One of the things that's nice about the MK Studios is it seems to be really detailed, but they figured out the balance between super detail and optimization, so you don't have a lot of stutters and stuff like that going in. So that's kind of a cool deal. The fact that the developers, are making it so it's not so awkward going in. Okay, just about ready to exit Boston airspace. I'm guessing they're busy as hell down there at Martha's Vineyard. So that's probably what's going on. The Bay of Fundy. Now we know how the arrival got its name. I wonder how much Fundy people have at this bay. Top of descent's coming on up. So over here, 5,000 feet. I'm going to go and dial this in right now. Let the airplane handle the descent for us. There's 5,000 feet. Let's go and do comms again. And on the comms menu, we need to review and downloads. Nope. Review, uplinks. Okay, let's come on over here. This is the latest one. The altimeter is 2999. Probably 2990. Probably 2990, since it cut off the last one. So we'll preset the altimeter. We are expecting the ILS for runway 23, so minimums. Atlas System says there's a tram line inside the airport, and that connects the Charlie, Delta, and November gates to the main terminal. $650, and that's what you were asking about seeing. So I saw an outside train line that was like outside the airport coming in. So $650 for minimums. And $650 and $650, that's set. Loviz, it was a great event, though. Ceiling lifted quite a bit for our arrival, so it was a fun flight. The ATC was really nice coming in, so that one was a good time. Enjoyed that one for sure. And you know, like you said, the airports are really cool too. Let's see. The Atlas System says the train tracks that we were seeing, that was for the light rail. Link Light Rail. That was a cool event. I enjoyed that one too. And it's an airport that we don't usually go into. Astro Singularity is back too. So we have an Atlas System and an Astro Singularity today. Welcome, welcome. I'd say things are definitely astronomical. I didn't really tie that joke together very well. Okay, I'll just give up on that. Almost time for top of descent. We've got all of our stuff ready to go. Coming on in, we did Toronto. We took this 777 to Halifax. Yeah, that both those names are out of this world. Thank you for saving the day, Astro Singularity. For sure. But no, that was a good event. Actually, Atlas System says that the airport tram runs on tires. Well, you know what else runs on tires? The monorail at Disney. The Disney monorails, they've got big tires there that they roll along the concrete monorail. That's kind of interesting. Okay, we're all set for the arrival there. And
Bits
looking
intercepted.
good.
Intel
Astro
secured.
Singularity is
Every
cheerful
bit
today.
helps.
Thank you for some nice
Thanks,
cheers.
Agent.
That was awesome. Thank you for being cheerful and helping to keep the lights on here. Okay, nothing to worry about there. Let's go back to the star. Let's see. We're coming into Canada. You know what that means. There's no ATC, so we need to do CTAF CYHZ. 118.4. .4. I think JSG Droid just arrived. 118.4. Hey, JSG Droid, a 2-hour Lurkin drive, sitting down to bacon and eggs. You know, sometimes just bacon and eggs like that is really, really good. Really, really good, JSG Droid. I've still got your message that you sent to me about the new name. I kind of unplugged from everything for 2 days yesterday and the day before. But JSG Droid is going to start putting some food ideas and stuff like that in Discord.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Abdi Fozzie says it was a nice sunset. Let's see. Mackin Farney, did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. We're taking our 777, about ready to start our descent into Halifax. We're taking all the band's equipment for the Terrence and Phillip concert tonight. Atlas Systems says it's the same deal for the Seattle Center monorail. The difference between Seattle Center and Disney is Seattle Center. Yeah, they're still using the original cars from 1962. I mean, it's really kind of an old thing. We're a little high. You know what? JSG Droid, breakfast for dinner is kind of fun. I actually like that. Oh, the sunset in the sim is a nice one. Abgeek Fozzie, yeah, it looks like we're going to get a nice sunset. And down we go. To JSG Droid tomorrow, Frankfurt Friday, Frankfurt to Riga.
Subscriber
we've also
confirmed.
got
Top clearance granted, Agent.
we've also
Loyalty
got
noted.
Friday Night Ops is in Seattle, and there's a nice new scenery for SeaTac that looks really good. You can get it on Contrail. It looks like it's an MK design scenery that looks nice. McGee and Farney didn't just follow, also hit the sub button. Hey, thank you for becoming a subscriber. I really appreciate it. Thank you for a little extra jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. So that'll be nice. Loviz, you got the SeaTac 2 from MK Studios, right? I was going to pick that up after the live stream, and I was going to get it at Contrail. And JSG Droid has the day off tomorrow. JSG Droid gets to fly airplanes. Yay, thank you. Glad you're going to get to do that. We're a little high on the descent. We need speed brakes. There's a lot of airports, so what we could do is we could do like regionals. So we could do Portland to SeaTac to that ski resort in Canada, or we could go out to Kalispell, where we'll probably find Sim Caesar doing the comedy club at Pizza. So we could definitely two-hop, like Loviz said. Rivers and ranges. So we could really expand our range. I know, my voice and my jokes are pretty rangy right now. Okay, there's our arrival, and that all looks good. And let's see, there was a suggestion to go back to Frankfurt for a second flight and go out to Paris. I don't know, let's wait and see what we have for ATC. I think the flight to Riga is going to probably be not short, but not long. Not long, but not short. 25,000 feet. Supernumerary signs. What kind of an acronym generator at Boeing allowed supernumerary signs to be there? Loviz says that Frankfurt's going to be closed by then. Koza, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. KKLS is in the FNO. KKLS is controlled by a field for biz jets. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Hey, look at this. We're finally catching up. Finally catching up with our descent. And I can tell that because I'm looking at the descent deviation indicator here. KOZA has hydrated well today. Atlas Systems says that KKLS is uncontrolled. So that must be a real party then. And so 200 feet, now that we're catching up, I've got my speed brakes out right now. So once we get there, I'm going to put my speed brakes back away and see if we hold on to our descent there. And thank you for reminding me to hydrate. All right, now let's have a look and see. Since there's no ATC, we'll just do some of our own stuff here. Okay, it looks like I'm the only one coming in. We've got, where are they? Okay, we've got another airplane over there. All right, I'm way ahead of them. That airplane's on the ground. They've just arrived, so that's not an issue. Okay. I think we're in good shape. No reason to panic there. C. Thomas 23. Welcome aboard, C. Thomas 23. Welcome on in. There's my 25-mile range ring. If I did have time and I remembered to do range rings on today's flight, I really should do that on on everyone if I possibly can. Range rings really do help you with a little bit of situational awareness, keeping you, kind of focused on, hey, we're getting kind of close to the airport. We might want to slow down just a little bit. C. Thomas, yeah, this is a really nice 777. It's the PMDG 777. And we've got the FedEx pan delivery here. So we're basically cargo flying this time. I could do a lifty cargo up to Riga. That would be a fun way to fly tomorrow. Thomas, I will do that. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming on in today. Thomas is over on YouTube. Okay, we've got our altimeter preset. Everything, I think, is ready to go. Let's do a checklist. So we're going to come over to the checklist page. There's checklists. Let's see. Let's do cancel, recall, cancel, and recall. And cancel, recall is clear. We have no notes. Auto brake, I'm going to do auto brakes 3. Auto brakes are going to be 3. Landing data, VREF, full flaps landing, is going to be 145 knots. That looks good. Approach briefing, sort of good. And our checklist is complete there. Cool. Phoenix is a big upgrade from the fly-by-wire. It is. So you got the A320 Phoenix, the first VATSIM departure today, so it's a big whiplash. C. Thomas, that's a good way to put it. It's a little whiplash, isn't it? I'm going to tell you, you'll really like the Phoenix. Normally the Phoenix is the airplane that I'll take in a Frankfurt Friday, but I'm kind of thinking I'm going to take this airplane. We'll put a lifty cargo livery on it for tomorrow. Let's see, I think I heard the ding dong sound. Somebody did a follow or something nice over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Welcome on in on YouTube. Still trying to put all the chats and sounds together now that we're doing multi-streaming. I totally see, this is the thing that I miss about Airbus. Airbus, the stud indicator there, flashes at you. But this one just turns amber. Okay, so that looks good. That looks good. Here we are coming on in on the arrival. So there's our airplane right there. We're going to slow it down to 210 knots at Logpoo. So really, that's the only slowdown. Thomas wants the Boeing 737-800. Average Canadian's calling it a night. Good night, Average Canadian. Have a great evening. Catch you next time. Next plane that you want is the 738. I assume the PMDG airplane. Those are really solid airplanes. They're made by, PMDG, so very good. No idea about when they're actually going to make their way into Flight Sim 2024. They're flying great in Flight Sim 2020, so no problems there. Another airplane that you might want to look at as far as the 737s is the iFly Max. That's just a little bit different. But mastering the Phoenix, Thomas, that is so smart. Master the airplane, especially if you want to come into some of the really big VATSIM events for sure. Okay, looking pretty good here. We are 60 miles out. Halifax traffic, there is a FedEx 777 coming up on MUVOX. We are on the Fundy arrival, setting up for an ILS runway 23, and we are going to CTAF, Halifax. And CTAF is 118.4. Coming up on MUVOX. Halifax traffic, there is a FedEx 777 coming up on MUVOX on the Fundy arrival, setting up for the ILS runway 23, Halifax. And over here, we just got a comm. And my guess is that's a new message on comms. We're going to need to review it. I canceled the wrong one. So this one just came in. Check the altimeter here. Altimeter is 2990, so that's the same. It's all basically the same. Winds now are 210 at 11 knots. Visibility is great. No reason to worry about that. So that looks good. DMK8 just arrived. Hi, DMK. Welcome, welcome. And altimeters are checked and set. Checklist is complete. Looking good. Chris did Thomas did a solid departure today. Private message, Tower Ground, about how I'm new. Okay, so Thomas, important safety tip on VATSIM. You know when you go to file a flight plan, I assume you're using SimBrief. You know when you're over here on SimBrief and you're going to go and file a flight plan. So let's go to my last one. Here's the one that we did here. So you go to pre-file and then VATSIM and then your flight plan. File a flight plan comes up, right? You definitely down here in remarks, hit a space button and write something like new to VATSIM. New to VATSIM and stuff like that. And you can, you can leave new to VATSIM. You'll have to do it each time. Put that in the remarks. ATC really wants you to do that. Not so that they know, uh-oh, here comes trouble, but so they know that they can help you out and that you're new to VATSIM and you're going to, and that's a really important thing in the remarks to put in there. So be sure that you do that. And the controller will really appreciate those sorts of things. They really do. That's right. And now obviously, flying into, like our first flight tomorrow is at 1800 Zulu. We're departing an hour early. We're doing Frankfurt to Riga. We're going to depart Frankfurt on a Friday night. If you have not seen VATSIM Chaos, I got to tell you, that's going to be pretty amazing. That's going to be pretty amazing for you. If you haven't seen that. I definitely suggest you watch it on a live stream first, as opposed to just jumping in, because German ATC is different. Like, you know, US ATC is different. Brazilian ATC is different. So learning a little bit about that will help. Okay, 250 knots, good to go there. But mostly they want to know that you're new to VATSIM so that they can help you out. Okay, 094 going down to 5,000 feet. Yeah, it's supposed to be 2990, isn't it? Isn't it, Koza? No, Captain Chris, yep, 2990. Got it set, thank you. You know the 320 pretty well. You've been flying the Any Builds version 2 for the last few weeks, and the Phoenix is similar. You just got to master the charts in ATC. You'll get it. Believe you me, you'll get it really good. Lovis, when we're flying into Boston from DC, there was a very new pilot that made no secret about it. Boston controllers were being helpful. Yeah. 29.9 and nothing, right, Koza? And Chris says airplanes. Barrow is 650. Those are minimums. So, and you get those over on charts, on the approach chart, over here on the ILS chart. And you'll find them always at the lower left-hand corner of your arrival. And there's a whole bunch of different ones. Don't stress out which one, just pop that in. Okay, time for me to take control here. Chart Fox, it doesn't show it, so the chart should show the minimums on your Chart Fox, depending upon where you're going. It's going to show it in a different way. Okay, it probably does. I'm going to go flaps 1. Speed brakes are armed. Halifax directly ahead. Boston was the first airport that Lovis flew out of on a VATSIM when I was new. You had trouble taxiing. I know, we've all been there. Does it sound like I have a Canadian accent? I'm having some voice problems. Just cause, spring colds and stuff. I'm not trying to be extra sexy or anything. Flaps 5. Okay, we're going to say thanks to the band for a little bit. And our descent's going pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and let it continue to 4,000 feet now. AvGeek Fozzie's got to go in about 2 minutes. I'll keep my speed up, AvGeek Fozzie. But now I know it sucks when you have to go in about 2 minutes. Thanks for coming in. Hope you can fly with us tomorrow in Frankfurt Friday and stuff. Flaps 15. Checklist. And landing checklist is all ready to go. Koza, you're looking forward to tomorrow, Frankfurt. It's going to be a massacre. It really is not a massacre. Frankfurt Friday has got a lot of people. So yes, there's a ton of people at Frankfurt Friday for sure. But the thing about Frankfurt Friday is it's just a matter of knowing what to do and how they work in Frankfurt, and be ready for that. That's really about it. You know, they almost always have a CPDLC for your departure, so that's going to be nice. So it really is it's survivable, and it's actually, you know, not only survivable, but you can thrive in that environment too. That's right. Yeah, you got to know how to taxi. You've got to know how to taxi. So there's a couple of things. If it's your first Frankfurt Friday and you got VATSIM charts, there's the main airport chart, like you see me using over here, the main airport chart here coming on in. Well, there's also an east and west gates chart, which has all the taxiways in. So you got to grab both of those. Grab both of those too. I'm letting it go just a little bit further here so I can make my turn. I wonder. It's the beginning of the week. Checklists are done, right? Yeah, checklists are done. It's just me. See if I could fly this thing. AP's off. Captain's got the airplane. Halifax traffic, there is a FedEx 777 turning base for runway 23, Halifax. Gear going down. I think it's just going to be a big continuous turn here. It's such a big airplane. Airplane is holding the trim beautifully. And just got to do flaps 30, and that's about it. That's the awkward thing on this one. Atlas is over on YouTube right now because you wanted to see what was going on over there. Atlas, I hope you like it on YouTube. I think we've got more of the fun live stream types of toys and stuff on Twitch, but it's also on YouTube when you not own your Twitch. George is here. Hi, George. Kara downloaded the Navigraph Hub. You can get both EFVIA and Navigraph app from the hub. You can. Yep, just one big circle here. There's the airport. Hi, airport. Halifax traffic, FedEx 441s, 777 turning finals for runway 23, landing Halifax. For a howlin' good time, right? Okay, winds are from the right, blowing us to the left. Showtime is back with a really nice resub.
Top clearance
hey,
granted,
Showtime.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Showtime 007 is back. Hi, Showtime. Thanks for the resub. Showtime's been here for 25 months. Thanks for the extra jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Welcome, welcome. There's Showtime. Pizza and beverages. Thanks, Showtime. Welcome, welcome. Okay, 145, let's call it about 150 to land. The wind really blew us off to the side there. We're going to have to be a little crabbier. Atlas system, I've never been really great with a lot of numbers and stuff, but one of the things is if you just decide that it's not going to stress you too much, and if you hang out with us flying around a little bit, you'll pick up on this. One of the things that makes math easy, and it's hard, math is hard because what a lot of people don't realize is math is really like a foreign language. It's like learning a foreign language in a way. So being repetitive with math and learning some of these things will help you get over that. And, you know, flying with friends on something like, you know, VATSIM and stuff will help. Okay, looking pretty good here. Oh, no kidding. So I saw something on the Lufthansa cargo video. I watched one of those last night. The one from Novosibirsk back into Frankfurt. And one of the things is Claudia was the pilot not flying, the pilot handling the radios. So first of all, Claudia did not answer immediately like we feel like we have to answer immediately sometimes. And the second thing that Claudia did is she dialed the radio, dialed the frequency into the radio, and then answered them back. So when she got kicked over to director, it was, there's the director. And so the director said, you know, 122.8 for Frankfurt director. I saw her dial it in, and after she dialed it in, I am way too high. After she dialed in the frequency, she read it back off the radio to ensure she got the right one. I thought that that was really smart. COSA uses a pen and paper. Atlas system, I was terrible at tests. I mean, to pass my FAA written and stuff, the kind of studying that I had to do was ridiculous. But I really, really wanted to pass that to get that, you know, the private pilot's license. And so the thing is in your case, because, you know, like me, you know, bad at tests and stuff like that, one of the things that'll work for you is being repetitive, you know, with us here flying around together. That's going to help out. At least that's what helped me out a bit. Okay, speed's coming down. Diving in a 777 is probably not the best thing to do.
1,000.
Wow, 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 are we crabby as well. Sheepsy's back in chat. Hi, Sheepsy. Yeah, Toronto's a fun airport, and there's really good ATC there, too.
500. 400. Sink rate. Pull up. Sink rate. Flaps. Too low. Flaps. Minimums. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Flaps. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Gear. Reverse, excuse me. And we're going to the cargo terminal, so that's right here. And flaps up. Well, let's see. We definitely were a little bit long in that, but we got stopped pretty good. Speed brakes were definitely our friend on this one. Reversers, I mean. Loviz says it was a minus 172. I'll take that. Halifax traffic, that FedEx 777 is clear of runway 23. We are taxiing down to apron 2 and cargo land. Happy landings, Halifax. Okay, that looks good. Let's do lights. Lights are good. Strobe should go off too. We don't want to do the APU. So yeah, that one really felt good. What a great landing. Although I was about a mile down the runway, way past where I should have been. Looks like we got a big old cargo plane over there too. Okay, that looks great. And let's see, that checklist was complete. And the next checklist is shutdown. So gear is, flaps are down. Flaps are up, speed brakes are down, auto brakes are disarmed. And we would also do Terra going off. How do you pan around? So Thomas, you know how you got a lot of, you know how you've got a hat switch on a lot of your controllers? That's one of the ways that I look right and left. Now I can't look up and down because I changed my hat switch over to a, I changed the hat switch over to trim. But that's how it is that I look around. Now I also look around really quickly using quick keys. And if you look, so Thomas, you're on YouTube. There's my latest recorded video is how it is that I look around. And there we go. Parking brakes. Parking brakes are good. Oh, and we should have done on the taxi in as soon as we can engine number 2 on this whole thing. Okay, nose lights off. Everything's good to go over there. So let's come on over to grounds operations. We need chocks and we're going to get ground power plugged in. You can also, yeah, Loviz says you could use your mouse for panning about as well. Okay, we do have ground power. We're going to pop that in so we can save fuel and not use the APU. And now there goes engine number 1. We'll stop squawking. Squawking is off. Let's see, we're going to go and do hydraulics. Hydraulics can go off. Fuel pumps can go off. There goes the fuel pumps. The beacon can go off. We'll turn on the logo light. It's starting to get a little bit dark. And all of this looks good. We'll go ground connections, now ground vehicles, and we have to wait for our engines to spin down here before we can go and do doors and stuff. Your PMDG hasn't transferred, so Thomas, you do know that you need to get a new, there is a new PMDG Ops Center. It's version 3. You're going to have to go to the PMDG website to get it. But once you go and grab that, you should be able to go and get the new airplanes. There's a specific one for Flight Sim 2024 and one for 2020. This is the cargo liner for 2024. And really, this has become my favorite cargo plane. This is my Boeing right now. And we made it. And it'll take a while to unload, but yeah, very nice. Koza, can't imagine simming without track IR. So I do have a track IR that I use if we're playing around if we're flying around in DCS world. I mean, I gotta have track IR for things like that. But really, for the cockpits, for airplanes like this, the jetliners, I'd rather use what I call my quick views, which is what you'll see over in that one video that we were yapping about. So tomorrow, you all set? Our first flight tomorrow is an hour early, 1800 Zulu. We are going to be going Frankfurt to Riga. Frankfurt to Riga is our first flight for tomorrow. Definitely looking forward to that one for sure. And then we'll figure out something after that. And then we'll do something with the new Seattle airport. Loviz was saying we probably ought to think about doing a 2-hop or something. So we would start perhaps in Portland, go up to Seattle, or come in from something like Kalispell or Missoula or Spokane and go over to SeaTac. And then from SeaTac, we can go down to California or someplace in Oregon or out to Boise, Idaho, if you've got the desire to do, stuff with potatoes and stuff. But yeah, when we get into Riga's going to looks like it's not going to be the shortest flight. So we'll figure out something else to do with that second flight. And that should be good. That's right. We got to find some sun on the west coast of the U.S. for that. That'll be nice as well. So that should be pretty good too. That's our flight plan for tomorrow. Time for me to say some big thank yous. There were a couple of nice gift subs today. Thank you for doing that. There were some nice resubs and even a few special cheers. Thank you so much for keeping me going here at Spy HQ. Now is also the time when I'm going to do my shout out and very, very big thank you to the secret agents and special agents and 00s over on Patreon. Thank you for doing that. I will have a flight all set up for you first thing tomorrow. Flight briefing and everything first thing tomorrow morning about our flights. So I'm looking forward to that. In the meantime, time for me to say some other big thank yous. Just thank you for being here. I really appreciate getting to fly along. It's such a good time. Thank you for coming in. I hope you're doing well. Looks like Sim Caesar is doing a little bit of flying. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Atlas system, you can fly along at some point. Absolutely. And if all you know how to fly is a Cessna Atlas system, hang out with us and we'll show you how to fly the big jets. The thing about flight sim, if you're getting a little bit, a little bit frustrated with airplanes and stuff, the thing about flight sim is it's not like a typical computer game. You learn how to play Assassin's Creed in 10 minutes, and then it's hacking and slashing forever. The sim is a much longer time for flight simming. So learning that for sure is what you need. If you joined over on YouTube, thanks for being on YouTube. We'll be tomorrow for sure on Twitch and YouTube. Our departure time an hour early as usual. Starting to be more usual. I think 1800 Zulu is about to become our usual departure time so we can get some more of these cool European events in. Thank you for being here. I hope you are doing well. Say a big old pizza hello to Sim Caesar over at Caesar's Palace. In the meantime, as always, thank you for being here. As always, stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly Sim skies. 1800 Zulu. Cheers, and thank you for being here.